philosopher and his juxtaposition with the weeping philosopher. On my right is Heraclitus, and on my left is Democritus. This is only one of dozens of Renaissance and post-Renaissance paintings depicting the legend. The legend of Democritus, the laughing philosopher, alone or in juxtaposition with his counterpart Heraclitus, the weeping philosopher, first appears as an anecdote or crea in imperial age philosophers and poets, but it's gone on to influence literature and visual arts down to the present day. An examination of its sources reveals interesting discussions of a frustrating mess of emotions, laughing and weeping, anger and tranquility. Melancholy is not an emotion, but a disease or a character disposition, one which is the apparent cause of all these other symptoms of manic depression. In this essay, I discuss the ancient influences on the anecdote coming from Democritus's own writings, from testimony about Heraclitus's biography, and from a classical account of melancholy. In part one, I introduce the evidence for the legend and show its prima facie incompatibility with positions securely attributable to Democritus. In part two, I show how the legend can nevertheless be squared with the genuine maxims that originated in the writings of Democritus and the philosophical content of the anecdote traced back to his own writing. In part three, I show how the anecdote juxtaposing Democritus with Heraclitus was probably influenced by an account of melancholy attributed to Aristotle or Theophrastus. So part one, the legend of the laughing philosopher. Hippolytus of Rome, after providing a summary of Democritus's cosmology, offers but a single remark on Democritus's ethics and character, and this is text T1. He used to laugh at everything, as if deeming worthy of his laughter all the things in human affairs. This late and hostile source contains the most extreme version of the legend of Democritus the laughing philosopher. Democritus laughs at everything and considers all human affairs worthy of laughter. This version blatantly conflicts with the only surviving fragment of Democritus's writing in which he mentions laughter, T2. It is worthy, since we are human beings, not to laugh at the misfortunes of human beings, but to weep. This maxim was probably originally combined with the following explanation, but became separated in the process of compression and transmission, T3. Those who take pleasure at the misfortunes of their neighbors fail to notice that the results of luck are common to all, and they look only for their own enjoyment. Hippolytus's testimony about Democritus's behavior entails a direct performative contradiction of Democritus's maxim and its explanation. For this reason, we must assume that the testimony has been constructed by Hippolytus or his sources on the very basis of Democritus's maxim. Democritus deemed it worthy not to laugh, but Hippolytus's Democritus acts as if deeming it worthy to laugh. The object of Democritus's maxim is human things, and its subjective basis is because we are human beings, but the object of the laughter, according to Hippolytus, is precisely human things. But not only has the legend of Democritus the laughing philosopher been constructed out of the raw materials of Democritus's maxim, the same materials seem also to be the source of the legend of the weeping philosopher. For what Democritus recommends is that one should not laugh, but weep at human misfortune. The legend of the weeping philosopher is expressed in the form of a philosophical anecdote, or crea, attributed by Stobaeus to Sotion. So Sotion, in his book On Anger, says, among the sages, Heraclitus was moved to tears instead of anger, but Democritus to laughter. Now, we have no source for this philosophical anecdote earlier than Sotion, and all subsequent versions and interpretations of the anecdote appear to be elaborations and expansions of this same anecdote. Sotion was involved in the collection and publication of philosophical anecdotes. Elaboration and expansion on philosophical anecdotes was one of the most basic and important techniques of imperial age rhetorical education. These techniques are described in first century AD textbooks known as progymnasmata, and the importance of employing anecdotes is mentioned by Seneca, who, although he bemoans their abuse, frequently employs and elaborates on them throughout his dialogues and letters. It is important to notice that Sotion restricts the object of the emotional reactions to objects that normally cause anger. Seneca, who may have been a pupil of Sotion, also employs the anecdote with reference to this limited object in his work On Anger. But in On Tranquility of the Soul, he extends the object of Democritus's laughter and Heraclitus's weepings to happenings in public, or all of our activities, and even human life itself. Similarly, in a likely 1st century AD passage of the Greek anthology, the object of the sage's laughter is weeping, and laughter and weeping is every human life. Quote, "Weep more profusely at life, Heraclitus. Laugh now at life, Democritus. Now everyone's life is more ludicrous than ever." It's a fragment that just keeps getting better with time. In Juvenal's version, emphasis is placed on political affairs. One of them helpless with laughter whenever he set foot outside his house, the other weeping, a weeping fountain. Democritus's sides were shaken with perpetual laughter, though the cities he knew had no togas, striped or bordered with purple, no sedans, no tribunal, no rods and axes. It is notable that Juvenal states his preference for Democritus's reaction, which ultimately extends to all human affairs. Quote, "Democritus in his day too found matter for laughter in all human encounters. The cares of the crowd he derided no less than their pleasures, their griefs too on occasion. If fortune was threatening, up you, he'd say, and give her the vulgar finger." It's also notable that Juvenal depicts Democritus's reaction to fortune, since this echoes the focus on human misfortune of the original Democritean maxim about laughter and weeping. In Lucian, the object of emotion has been extended beyond objects of anger and public affairs to, and in even all human affairs, to the entire cosmos. Lucian depicts a buyer shopping for a way of life, asking Democritus, "What, are you laughing at all of us? And do you think nothing of our affairs?" To which the Abderite replies, "Even so, for there is nothing serious in them, but everything is a hollow mockery, a drift of atoms, infinitude." Thus, in the elaboration on the original anecdote that took place throughout Greco-Roman literature in the 1st century AD, the object of laughter and weeping was steadily extended until it became universal, eventually reaching the simple totalizing version with which we started in Hippolytus. Democritus used to laugh at everything. Now let us return to consider the original form of the philosophical anecdote in Sotion. To use the traditional terminology of rhetorical criticism in the Progymnosmata, the anecdote is an actional as opposed to a verbal one, meaning it depicts action or reaction as opposed to speech in response to some object. The anecdote is also a double one, meaning it depicts two separate personages interacting with each other or with the same object. The Democritus-Heraclitus anecdote involves two simultaneous contrasts, one between the sage's reactions and the common or expected one of anger, and the other between Democritus's reaction, laughter, and Heraclitus's weeping. The first contrast serves the specific purpose of the works on anger in which the anecdote first appears. The audience is encouraged to reject anger as foolish and inappropriate and to cultivate some other reaction to the objects that normally cause anger instead, as these sages did. But presuming that the point of the anecdote is not to prescribe schizophrenia as a remedy for anger, one must wonder which of the two reactions the audience is being encouraged to experience instead, laughter or weeping. Although some authors make their preference for Democritus's reaction clear, not all do. In Juvenal's satires, Democritus is preferred, but this is apparently not the case in Sotion or Seneca, and certainly not the case in the Greek anthology or Lucian. It cannot be emphasized enough that Democritus's own maxim about inappropriate laughter encourages weeping, the reaction associated with Heraclitus in the anecdote, and discourages laughing, the reaction associated with Democritus in the anecdote. Thus, the original basis for the juxtaposed reactions of weeping and laughing depicted in the double actional anecdote was Democritus's own maxim. Given his actual and apparently well-known views on inappropriate laughter, we're left wondering why, although Democritus forcefully discouraged laughter at human misfortune, he was later depicted in the anecdote as succumbing to it. And we are also left wondering why, although he actually encouraged weeping at human misfortunes, in the anecdote, this role is assumed by Heraclitus. In parts 2 and 3, I'll attempt to answer these questions. Part 2, Democritus's writings as a source for the anecdote. Now, we've lost all of Democritus's ethical writings, but we have almost 300 fragments on ethical subjects attributed to him, and an ancient list of no less than 8 of his writings characterized as ethics. Among these titles is the Peri-Euthymenes, which Seneca rendered De Tranquillitate in his own dialogue on Tranquility of the Soul, a work in which he repeatedly refers to and praises Democritus's work and elaborates on the Democritus-Heraclitus anecdote. There are quite a few ancient reports which mention Democritus's use of the term euthemy, and around a dozen fragments in which it appears. Now, this is not the place to advance an interpretation of its role in Democritus's ethics, but it must here be explained that the diverse connotations of the term were certainly an important factor in the proliferation of the legend of Democritus, the laughing philosopher. As Laertius tells us, quote, his end is euthymia, which is not the same as pleasure, as some have falsely represented it to be. Rather, it is a state in which the soul goes through life calmly and stably, not being troubled at all by any fear or superstition or any other suffering. And Democritus calls this well-being and many other names. Now, as Laertius makes clear, Democritus's euthemy became misrepresented as a kind of pleasure. In support of Laertius's claim that he was not a straightforward hedonist is the very explanation of the original anecdote, which criticizes those who, looking to their own pleasure and enjoyments, laugh at human misfortunes. In the explanation, those who take pleasure at the misfortunes of their neighbors and look only for their own enjoyment are criticized. But although tranquility or contentment may better capture Democritus's intention in using the term, the connotation of cheerfulness was increasingly associated with euthemy, and then what Stephen Hallowell aptly calls a specifically symposiastic mentality of elation and mirth, which might be thought well to comport with genial laughter. This semantic drift no doubt encouraged or at least permitted the portrayal of Democritus, the author of a whole book on euthymia, as being himself a cheerful person given to mirth and laughter, living his life in accordance with the most vivid and fun interpretation of the title of his most famous work. As for the deeper content of his thought, there is at least one anecdote portraying him making a joke, and some of his most famous sayings, whether or not they were part of the Peri-Euthymenes, can be interpreted as jokes of a kind. There are also several fragments, presumably part of the Peri-Euthymenes, in which Democritus rants about misguided people, fools, and their thoughtless behavior, which is comparable to that of children. The problem with putting any stress on these fragments is that none of them explicitly mention laughter, and as we have seen, the one fragment which does explicitly mention laughter, and in particular laughter at human affairs, is a maxim in which Democritus explicitly discourages laughter at human misfortune and encourages weeping instead. This maxim may also be presumed to have been part of the Peri-Euthymenes. Thus, again, the problem is that the real Democritus seems to discourage the behavior of the Democritus in the anecdote and instead encourage the behavior of the Heraclitus of the anecdote. This problem can be solved by taking into consideration the longest and most secure fragment attributable to Democritus's Peri-Euthymenes, and that's T10. For euthemy comes about for a human being with feelings of joy in moderation and a balance of life. Things that are deficient and excessive tend to fluctuate and induce great motions in the soul. And those of the souls that move over great intervals are neither well-based nor euthymos. Therefore, one should keep in mind one's capabilities and be content with what one has, having few memories or thoughts of those who are objects of jealousy and admiration by not paying attention to them. And one should observe the lives of those who are enduring hardship, taking into consideration the defects they suffer from, so that the things one has and already possesses will seem great and worthy of jealousy, and no longer would you suffer badly because of having desires in your soul. For the man who in his memory at all hours dwells on those who are objects of admiration and deemed blessed by other humans is always compelled to find new opportunities and to overshoot because of a desire to do desperate things which the laws forbid. That is why, by not doubting what must be, but by being euthymos with respect to things that must be, by comparing one's own life with those who do worse, and by deeming oneself blessed, keeping in mind the things they suffer, one does and fares much better than they do. For by holding fast to this thought, you will live with more euthemy and will drive away those not small defects of your life, envy, jealousy, and ill will. This fragment contains everything needed to explain how Democritus intends to avoid pseudo-Heraclitean weeping at human misfortunes, and enjoy instead what he calls euthemy. He exhorts his audience to focus their attention not on those who fare better and have more possessions than they themselves do, for that will produce, through a sense of relative deprivation, painful emotions like envy, jealousy, and ill will. Instead, they are encouraged to focus on those who fare worse and possess less than they themselves do, which will produce feelings of contentment, satisfaction with how they are faring and with what they already possess. Again, by holding fast to this thought, you will live with more euthymia and will drive away those not small defects in your life, envy, jealousy, and ill will. Now, if we consider envy, jealousy, and ill will as kinds of anger, then we are able to connect this fragment securely to the original Democritus Heraclitus anecdote in Sotion, according to which Democritus was moved to laughter instead of anger. Admittedly, this fragment does not explicitly mention the term anger, but we have strong evidence from another source that Democritus was indeed very concerned about anger. Quote, often many disasters come upon friends and other relatives, and sometimes on countries and kingdoms, more or less as many bad things as one could imagine, as Democritus says, come about through excessive anger or orgos. This entire network of passages then suggests not only that the contrast between laughing and weeping at human misfortunes originated in Democritus, but also that he recommended a way to avoid anger in the forms of envy, jealousy, and ill will, and replace it with euthemy, a condition that implies not only tranquility and contentment, but also mirth and laughter. In this way, weeping is avoided, even if it is to be considered a better and more human reaction than laughing at human misfortune. The key point is that the cause of Democritus's laughter or mirth is not the observation of human misfortune or affairs in general, but instead his own inner feeling of euthemy, which is produced by reflection on his relative well-being and prosperity. If this account is right, then Democritus himself is the source of the contrast between weeping and laughing at the objects that usually cause anger and at human misfortune in general. His own philosophy offers a way to avoid anger and instead enjoy euthemy, which accounts for his own depiction as the one who laughs in the Democritus Heraclitus anecdote. It remains to be explained why Heraclitus was depicted as the one who weeps. So part 3, a peripatetic writing on melancholy as a source for the anecdote. Like Democritus, Heraclitus was apparently very concerned about the effects of emotions like anger. T12, one must extinguish hubris more than a conflagration, and to fight against thumos is hard. Although we don't have any fragment that mentions orgos specifically, it is easy to see how Heraclitus could be portrayed as having a consistent reaction to the objects that typically produce anger. But why the portrayal of Heraclitus as someone constantly moved to tears? It's been suggested that since tears are the opposite of laughter, and Democritus was associated with laughter, then according to Heraclitus's doctrine of the harmony of opposites, Heraclitus himself must provide the tears. But this seems unsatisfactory for a couple of reasons. First, it presupposes that there was an antecedent anecdote about Democritus the laughing philosopher, to which was later added the image of Heraclitus the weeping philosopher. But there's no evidence for this. The Sotion anecdote is a double actional crea, and the two images must be simultaneous. Additionally, as we have seen, the anecdote is based on a single maxim of Democritus, within which the juxtaposition between laughing and weeping is already made. More importantly, such an interpretation does not provide any ethical motivation for the depiction or one rooted in Heraclitus's character, nor does the even more ludicrous suggestion that Heraclitus's tears were an adaptation of his doctrines about wet souls or the meteorological cycles of evaporation and rainfall. When we turn to Heraclitus's biography, however, we can find a clue to his depiction in the anecdote in another series of anecdotes related by Laertius. Notably, Laertius does not report the Democritus Heraclitus anecdote, perhaps because it's obvious that it's a fictive illustration or caricature and not conceivably an actual biographical fact. Laertius begins his account of Heraclitus by pointing out his exceptional arrogance and disdain, as is clear from his book, in which he says, "Much learning does not teach understanding, otherwise it would have taught Hesiod and Pythagoras, or in turn Xenophanes and Hectaeus." The fragment shows Heraclitus directly interacting with other philosophers in his own book. Although not chronologically impossible, there is no evidence whatsoever, and it is highly unlikely that he ever interacted with Democritus, And if he had, he presumably would have showed the same kind of arrogant contemptuousness for the Abderite as he did for others. The Democritus Heraclitus anecdote, like the report of his criticisms of others, does, however, show Heraclitus in conflict or disagreement with another philosopher. This aspect of the anecdote, though not the literal interaction itself, is thus in accordance with the other biographical information. The arrogance displayed in the criticism of Hesiod, etc., does not, however, contain any hint of a sadness that would help explain the weeping of the Democritus Heraclitus anecdote. But another anecdote related by Laertius is more relevant, T13. Withdrawing to the temple of Artemis, he would play at knucklebones with the children, and when the Ephesians stood around him, he said, "Why are you surprised, you rascals? Isn't it better to do this than to take part in your civic life?" At last, having become a misanthrope, he departed for the mountains where he lived on grass and herbs. Now, the accusation of misanthropy relates to his having strong opinions about human affairs, not necessarily to weeping. And the anecdote about playing knucklebones with children, rather than engaging in politics with adults, seems to portray arrogance, not sadness. But what Laertius goes on to say about Heraclitus's staged withdrawal from society, first into a temple spending time playing games with children, and then in the mountains living a solitary fruitarian life, is more relevant because this kind of behavior can be interpreted as melancholic. And indeed, Laertius later reports that Theophrastus said, T14, quote, "It was on account of melancholy that Heraclitus left some of his writing half finished and the rest in various states." One of the longest continuous surviving treatments of melancholy has been attributed to Theophrastus, the first chapter of Aristotle's Problemata 30. Whether or not it was literally authored by Theophrastus is hard to say. Some actually consider it to have been authored by Aristotle himself, but it may be presumed that when he diagnosed Heraclitus with the disease, Theophrastus was familiar with such an account, which was offered in response to the following problem. Why is it that all those men who have become extraordinary in politics, philosophy, poetry, or the other arts are obviously melancholic, and some to such an extent that they are seized by the illness that came from black bile? As examples in earlier times, legendary heroes are cited, but in later times, quote, "Of the well-known people, there are Empedocles, Plato, Socrates, and many others. Further, there are those connected to poetry. For in many such men, diseases have come from this sort of mixture in the body, whereas in others, their nature clearly inclines towards these conditions." The idea that some people who turn out to be poets and philosophers, have natures that are melancholic, a condition that can occur in others, but temporarily. The cause is in any case bodily, as Aristotle explains by means of an analogy to the effects of wine, T17. Just as an individual changes his character by drinking and using wine in certain quantity, so there are certain people corresponding to each character. For just as one man is temporarily when he's drunk, so some other is by nature. One is talkative, another agitated, and another prone to tears. For wine produces in some people such qualities, and this is why Homer writes, "And he says that I swim in tears, being heavy with wine." Here then we have a diagnosis for Heraclitus, the weeping philosopher. He has a melancholic nature, and thus character, the same kind of character as that into which some people are temporarily induced by heavy drinking. But as with those who habitually drink too much, the effects of melancholy are erratic or anomalous, and some melancholic natures are affected in a different or even opposite ways. Aristotle begins a new phase of his explanation by emphasizing this point, T18. In nature, such a humor, the melancholic, is mixed. It's a mixture of hot and cold, for its nature consists of these two things, and that is why black bile becomes very hot and very cold. Whether it is hot or cold determines its effects. Black bile, being cold by nature and not on the surface, when it is in the condition mentioned, if it abounds in the body, produces apoplexy or torpor or spiritlessness, athumías, or fear. But if it becomes overheated, it produces euthymia, with song and insanity. We now have a physical explanation in whether the black bile is hot or cold for both Heraclitus's weeping and Democritus's euthymia. Again, in most people, these affects are temporary conditions, But those in whom such a mixture has formed by nature, those straightway develop all sorts of characters, each difference in accordance with the different mixture. Terms connected with thumos are prevalent in the description of affects besides euthymia and athumia. Aristotle also mentions those who are easily moved to spiritedness, thumos, and desire, epithumios. Many of these symptoms of melancholy sound positively dreadful, not just constant weeping or being dispirited, but also things like breaking out in sores. And yet for some, melancholy can be good. For example, Mericus the Syracusan was apparently a better poet when he was insane. And in those with a tempered mixture of black bile, the disease can conduce to intellectual virtue. Quote, those in whom the excessive heat is relaxed toward the mean, those people are melancholic, but they are more intelligent, and they are less eccentric, but they are superior to others in many respects, some in education, others in arts, others in politics. Presumably, this is the situation with Democritus and Heraclitus. And here we can see how the arrogance of Heraclitus, so often noted by his biographers, is connected to and explained by his theory of the melancholic nature. The idea that both Heraclitus and Democritus are wise, though oppositely affected by the same object, is also explained by their possession of a melancholic nature because, T22, the melancholic nature is itself inconsistent, just as it produces inconsistency in those with the diseases. For like water, it is sometimes hot, sometimes cold. It induces a daily spiritlessness in some, but in others, its effects are longer lasting, so as to affect their character. T23, for we are often in a condition of feeling grief, though for what reason we are unable to say, and sometimes we're in a cheerful condition, euthumos, but it's not clear why. Such affections and those called superficial come to be in everyone to a small extent, for some of their capacity is mingled in everyone, but in those in whom they are deep, these people are already this type with respect to their characters. What we have here then is a physiological account of how two philosophers could both exceed others in intelligence and yet be driven to completely opposite emotional reactions, weeping and laughing. We often see drink and unstable aspects of character inducing these reactions in ourselves and others, depending apparently on the mixtures of hot and cold in our bodies. But in melancholic types, there is a more stable tendency in one direction or the other due to their natures. And in those with a temperate mixture, there can also be extraordinary intelligence. These are positions that resolve the original problem. This account of melancholy and the diagnosis of philosophers and poets with melancholic natures, I think, offers the best available account of why Heraclitus was associated with habitual weeping and made to play the part of the weeping philosopher by way of contrast to Democritus. As an eminent philosopher, Democritus can automatically be diagnosed with melancholy, even though his own writings provide a positive method for securing euthymia and avoiding anger and associated painful emotions like envy, jealousy, and ill will. His melancholic symptoms must then be associated with his euthymia, his habitual cheerfulness and mirth, but exaggerated into a kind of mania and contrasted with the equally possible melancholic reaction of depressive weeping and crying. This logic is deployed to brilliant comedic effect in an anonymous circa 1st century AD comic epistolary novella currently located among the Hippocratic pseudepigrapha. The novel is written in the form of a series of letters addressed to and from the famous physician Hippocrates. The author describes Hippocrates' travels to Abdera to treat Democritus for a presumed bad case of melancholy, symptomized by his constant inappropriate laughter. The novelist, who shows great familiarity with writings of both the Hippocratic and Democritean traditions, and also with the peripatetic account of melancholy just discussed, employs elements of Democritus's own writings in portraying his response to Hippocrates. Hippocrates, who initially considers the possibility that Democritus is mentally ill and may suffer from melancholy, gradually comes to realize that Democritus not only does not suffer from any mental illness, but is in fact mentally healthier than all the Abderites and even healthier than Hippocrates himself. Thus, the physician eventually promises to promote Democritus's attitude towards life to everyone he meets. In particular, the novelist is careful to clarify that Democritus does not consider it right to laugh at human misfortunes, which he instead considers lamentable, but rather at avoidable and correctable human foolishness and short-sightedness. Now, neither the author nor the exact century of publication of the novella is known, but most indications point to the 1st century AD. We are thus in and around the time during which Sotion created or conveyed the anecdote juxtaposing Heraclitus weeping and Democritus laughing. The absence of any reference to Heraclitus in the novel has suggested to some scholars that the depiction of Democritus laughing must have preceded that of Heraclitus's weeping. But although we've seen other reasons to associate the laughing caricature with Democritus, we have reached a rather different conclusion about the origin of the anecdote. We have seen that the juxtaposition of weeping and laughing originated with an important maxim of Democritus himself. The main influence on the anecdote was Democritus's own ethics, and the casting of Heraclitus and Democritus in the opposing roles likely followed recognition of this, and not some lost independent portrayal of Democritus as a laughing philosopher for which there is no longer any evidence. And now I'll turn directly to the conclusion. With the foregoing synthesis of the available evidence, we can offer a probable conclusion. The original double and actional anecdote juxtaposing a weeping Heraclitus and laughing Democritus probably originated in the 1st century AD, perhaps with Sotion himself or a little earlier, and probably in the context of a discussion of how sages react differently to the objects that usually produce anger. The anecdote rapidly became famous, being applied by Seneca, again in the context of anger, but then extended to political and even all human affairs. An extension continued in the Greek anthology, Latin satire, and the comedy of Lucian. From there, it became a common motif in literature and visual art. The clearest connection of Heraclitus to weeping is through the biographical claim attributed to Theophrastus that Heraclitus, like other great philosophers, suffered from melancholy. Melancholy was understood to produce anomalous and contradictory effects, including symptoms of what we would call manic depression. Thus, Democritus, who because of the title of his main ethical work, his tendency to rant about foolish behavior, and his advice about how to replace strong emotions like anger with tranquility, could also be considered a melancholic, but at the same time said to experience a reaction opposite that of Heraclitus, namely euthymia and laughter instead of weeping and depression. But when we examine Democritus's own writings, we find only the single fragment about laughter, and it is a maxim that recommends not laughter, but weeping in reaction to human misfortune. The longest and most important fragment of Democritus explains a way to remove painful emotions, envy, jealousy, and ill will that are typically accompanied by weeping, replacing them instead with tranquility and contentment. Democritus was thus the originator of the juxtaposition between inappropriate laughter and inappropriate weeping, and since his own philosophy aimed to replace both reactions with contentment or tranquility, he himself became a mascot for the positive emotion and practically the entire ancient field of positive psychology. Heraclitus was a convenient counterpart for the depiction of the opposite emotion because of his supposed melancholy, even though there is in fact vanishingly little in his own writings to associate him with weeping. Thus, Democritus's writing is the ultimate source of the ethical juxtaposition of inappropriate laughing and weeping, and later authors experimenting with biographical fiction around the 1st century AD are the ultimate sources for the rhetorical anecdote portraying the two sages doing so, and thereby expressing symptoms of a kind of melancholic manic depression. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this excellent talk. So we have some minutes for starting questions. So please.
Well, the physiological explanation that is given in Aristotle's I think this side of the fact that although this set in Democritus text, which says that when we are ill with anger, we should just consider those who are doing worse than us, and not those who are doing better. So comparing these two texts, it might seem that the origin of anger or laughter is the object in Democritus text, whereas in Aristotle's text, it would explanation would be rather person itself of its of his or her character. And how would it be? How would these two characterizations be?
Thank you. Great question. First of all, you say the object is the cause of the emotional state in Democritus, but it's a little more complicated than that. It's actually how you think about the object that's the cause of it. It's specifically not the object. So the whole philosophy is predicated on the idea that you can change your attitude towards various objects and change. So it's more important how you think about the objects and perhaps which ones you emphasize in your thought. But the reason that his maxims or his own thoughts, his gnomai, can cause a reader of his philosophy to change their attitude is not because it changes the objects out in the world, it's because it changes the way that they think of them. So actually in Democritus himself, it's a subjective psychological condition that is responsible for the emotions. So I think that actually dovetails nicely with the account of Melancholy, in which the subjective reaction, whether you're laughing or weeping at things, has more to do with an internal condition than the external objects.
So then, it's possible for Democritus to see people that are doing better than others with laughter.
Well, yes, it is possible. His immediate advice is don't actually think about those people, think about people that are doing worse. But yes, there are other anecdotes about not valuing the things that people consider valuable and putting more store in wisdom and things like that instead of riches and status and things like that. But it's true that he does encourage focusing on different objects. That's true. That's a good point. And I think maybe I should incorporate that as a consideration into the paper. So there is that object level focus, but it's mediated through this extreme emphasis on the power to change your subjective reaction to it. And I think it's not just that you completely stop thinking about people that are better than you. It's that you realize there are people that are doing worse, and so I ought not to dwell on the circumstance that there are others doing better than me, but dwell on the fact that there are people that do worse than me. And then that will change my mental impression. But all of the objects, as it were, remain the same. It's just a change of the thought pattern in reaction to them.
Pierre?
Oh, well, thank you so much, Monte, for this great paper, as ever. Well, I do have another kind of question to you. Well, what would be, do you think, the link between Democritus and Epicurus? Because you know, of course, the famous maxim, well, it's quite famous for among few scholars who are interested in that, but it's actually a maxim that is not very much commented on, the maxim by Epicurus, which says, well, I quote that by heart, I think it's something like Gelan de amakai philosophei. So in English, so you must or you should at the same time laugh, Gelan and philosophize or something like that. Which seems to be pretty much equivalent with what's could have said, well, at least in the good laugh. But Democritus does not seem to make a link between Gelan, so laugh, and philosophy. Or what do you think?
Well, yes, great question, as ever, Pierre. First thing is that since he's a fragmentary author, we can't say that he didn't talk about laughter. We just happen to the only thing he says about laughter is the one that I quoted. Now, the anecdote about Epicurus that you mentioned is fascinating. We should do philosophy with laughter with our friends. And this does depict a kind of attitude about what philosophy should be and what the attitude of philosophers should be. That is, we should be enjoying ourselves at this conference, and we should be laughing and telling jokes and making friends with each other, as opposed to what those dour academics and peripatetics do. So glum when they're talking about their theories of forms and so forth, okay? But Democritus actually became the representative of somebody who has this relaxed, euthymia, tranquil attitude. And for this reason, he was actually championed even by Stoics like Seneca and academics like Plutarch, Epicureans, Pyrrhonians. Everybody likes Democritus. Why? Because you want to be like Democritus. You want to be this guy that's laughing and not this other bummer guy to hang out with, right? And so it's actually, I think Democritus's influence on Hellenistic philosophy is enormous, because he becomes the emblem of somebody, since tranquility and calmness and reacting well becomes such an important thing to all Hellenistic philosophy. Then that's why Democritus had such an influence, is people wanted to capture the magic of that aspect of his philosophy, and none more than Epicurus. And so it is clearly, I should bring that fragment into the paper, because that clearly is Epicurus expressing a kind of Democritean, or at least what became reputed as a Democritean attitude, although it's much earlier than the invention of the idea of the laughing philosopher. But it probably does reflect Democritus's playful attitude towards philosophy.
Charles, and then Mike.
Thanks for the wonderful talk and paper. I was wondering if there are more elements to your text number 9, in which you called an anecdote where Democritus has some exchange with American or something like that, and the American replies that, well, why are you laughing or something? And he replies, yeah, there is nothing serious like in these businesses, but everything is fun and mockery at different happens.
Yes.
Like, I found that very appealing in terms of a theory of humor of the absurd.
Yes. Yes.
And like, you do not delve more into that kind of humor in the topic. I don't know if there are more elements to Democritus to say something about, I mean, not mocking someone specifically,
right?
But like the absurd having some sort of therapeutic effect.
Yes.
For the person who is able to envision things like this.
Yeah, it's great, and I wish I could claim that for Democritus, since it's close to my own philosophy of life, absurdism. It's all ridiculous and absurd, and we should sort of laugh at it. So it would be nice if that depiction that Lucian offers was somehow accurate, and Democritus had actually, in this very kind of modernist way, actually anticipated the absurdity of not just the human condition, but the entire universe. But actually, I think that is due to the comic brilliance of Lucian, and that we see this progressive expansion of the object that he's laughing at, from anger to human political affairs to human affairs in general. And then it's only in Lucian is the first place we get this idea of it's the whole cosmos that's ridiculous and absurd. And so I think we have to attribute that to Lucian. I mean, the picture of the cosmos, okay, as being not intentionally designed by God, as being something that is essentially the product of necessary and random forces congealing together in the void and so forth, that reflection on that picture perhaps lends itself to this absurdist attitude, but there's just no evidence of it in Democritus himself.
Thank you.
Mike and Mauricio, and then.
So thanks, I really enjoyed it. You covered a lot of fascinating ground. I just have a question, and I wonder if I'm misunderstanding or if it complicates what you said. So you put a lot of emphasis on, if I understand you, Sotion being the originator of this expansion, but you have the passage I know best around in your footnote 47, which is Cicero, where again, this is the treaty from that. So it's about 100 years before Sotion. This came out around year 55 BC. And
Yeah.
in there, Democritus is clearly presented as the emblematic Latin philosopher.
Well, it's said that it's actually a really difficult passage. It says the primary question of what laughter is and what gives rise to it is a question for Democritus. And I think the context is actually because Democritus is this brilliant interpreter of all human emotions and so forth, not necessarily particularly laughter.
Could you still fit it into what you are? I mean, because to me, I thought it reads different to me. He looks like the poster.
Uh-huh.
But I don't think it would invalidate anything. I just think it adds, yeah.
Right.
More Sotion.
Yes, and I think, you know, strategically that might make sense to say, well, we have this indication in Cicero that might hint something about his attitude about laughter, plus the comic novella that I mentioned is arguably 1st century BC as opposed to AD, in which case there would be a kind of independent image of Democritus, the laughing philosopher, and then the Crea is constructed out of that image, and then they find a suitable opposing person, Heraclitus. And I've considered that. It just seems to me less probable, or there's less evidence. And the Cicero passage has been, its importance has been exaggerated. People have claimed on the basis of it that this means Democritus must have written a lost treatise on laughter and this sort of thing. But it's really actually, even within the context, there's not enough to build much on. But I think you're right that it might be better for me not to insist on that, but to discuss more the possibility or probability that it could have originated in the 1st century AD as well.
Thank you, Mauricio and David.
Thank you, Monte, again for your talk. Could you elaborate a little bit more on how is it possible to take Democritus' moral advice and put it in practice, in spite of the fact that it seems that laughter it's heavily dependent on bodily composition, like it's heavily dependent on if we have the right amount of black bile, and if we face the right objects that triggers our laughter. How is it possible that we can control, or so to speak, like trigger ourselves to, or put ourselves in a scenario to laugh? Because otherwise we can be held accountable Heraclitus for being such a speeders guy.
Yes. So I don't think there's actually any close connection between Democritus's own philosophy, including his ethics, and this account of melancholy. Okay, so his ethics are one thing, and this peripatetic account of melancholy is another thing. And what I think has happened is that the account of melancholy, that it can give rise in famous, brilliant people to totally opposed reactions, that then these people experimenting with philosophical biography wanted to take two examples of melancholic philosophers and make one the laughing one and the other the weeping one. And Democritus, because of his emphasis on euthymia, which does have these connotations of mirth and laughter, was the perfect representative for that. And Heraclitus, because of his dour, negative, depressive-like attitude, and his melancholy, which caused him to reject the company of all of his all fellow citizens and hang out with children, and then even abandon children and go live by himself, became the candidate for the weeping thing. So there is no evidence of Democritus having a physiological account even of laughter or of these character states. So this is a very synthetic thing, as is typical in Hellenistic biography, where you just take ideas from anywhere and use them to make up biographical claims about philosophers.
So, last question, more or less brief if possible, David.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so melancholia can be excess of blood bile can lead to sadness, to an excess of emotion, sadness or more. Melancholia is identified with final mind quite often getting crazy. It's already no problem with doctor advances. But melancholia is also lead to anger in itself. Blood bile leading to anger, smart text and we've proven that before. Actually, some texts say that it means to know mind, to be angry. Acts outside of us, an attitude to say things crazy. So it's linked to anger also.
Interesting.
But if that's the case, the text is for assumption, which is not in the anecdote, but in the group of anger, have the three elements of the effect of the excess of black eye. The monk to say directly to cheer instead of anger, the monk is not. So in that case, maybe rather than restricting the object of emotional reaction to object of anger, is make a just analyzing the effect of the excess of black eye, which will normally be anger. However, for some people, in the stages, for example, it leads to sadness and love. But then this implies that the legend is inferior to legend of Democritus, and is giving a philosophical explanation to the framework of the book on anger. It's not talking in an echo.
Right. Of course, there's something like 2 or 3 quotes of Sotion, and we don't even really know who this person was. I think that's a very interesting suggestion, that he was thinking about melancholy, and that melancholy causes anger usually, but in these more intellectual types with different characters, it can have different effects and even opposite effects. And so I think that's wonderful to think of melancholy, that he's actually discussing melancholy. I've never thought of that possibility, and so I'll probably steal that idea from you and incorporate it into the paper. But the parallels in the other works on anger don't really talk about melancholy in that way and incorporate it. And I'm not sure that this peripatetic account of anger, I'm sure, or account of melancholy discusses it causing anger in some people, although that makes sense because he compares it to the effect of drunkenness, and that causes anger. So yeah, I think that's a really.
There is a medical view in an Aristotelian.
Yes. Yes, and according to Van der Eyck, this account is totally disconnected and conflicts with the Hippocratic account and is not at all similar. So that's actually, Van der Eyck makes that claim that this is a totally independent account. I don't know, I'm not in a position to assess that claim, but he says, so you wouldn't want to just bring in the Hippocratic texts that talk about melancholy causing anger in connection with these texts, because they might be substantively different theories. The Hippocratic one, but although both are based in, what's that? Yes.
So we can
Think of him in connection with, but being a Pythagorean is also compatible with him using Hippocratic stuff.
Okay, perfect.
Okay,
Thank you very much, Monte,
Thank-
again.
thank you.
I have nothing.
Wait, why?
Break or we start? You tell me that. Take it? See, okay. There you go. No, it'll be okay. But if I start now, well,
Sí, no te preocupes, o sea, no hables muy rápido porque como no hay ni mandados ni nada.
it's been like this. I know. Can't do everything. There is no handout. It will be the complete work that later. I would say that. Okay, I start. Okay.
Okay, so welcome to the second session of the day. And we have David Lévystone. He's a faculty professor here at the university. And he's going to present us the comedy, Les Fourberies de Socrate. Okay. Very well, thank you.
Thanks. So I don't have any handout because the paper is not well written, like Monte, and because it's, well, if it was a handout of text, it will need to be the complete work of Plato, because I'm going to move from various dialogues, mostly the Socratic ones, but still, and those are long passages, so that's why. Not fragment or something. Okay, let's start. Plato's comedy then. Plato is boring, wrote Nietzsche in the twilights of idols. A provocative judgment against his dialectic thirst, but also against his style, and which Nietzsche himself seems to contradict when he praises the writing of the Apology, or describes as well, although critically, the Platonic dialogue, born from the mixture of all existing forms and style, which holds the middle and remains suspended between narrative, lyricism, and drama, between prose and poetry. On this point, Nietzsche is strangely joined by Williamovitz, for whom Plato creates a new artistic form of dramatic character. Without going into the polemic between the two great philologists, a polemic which still conditions today the debate on the relationship between tragedy and philosophy, it is clear that the Socratic dialogue, and not only the Platonic one, arises as a new stylistic form which borrows various elements from those that preceded it. By habit, by prejudice about the nobility of dramaturgical styles, by the writing of Nietzsche and Williamovitz, but also because of Plato himself, who seems to grant more thought to the criticism of tragedy and epic than to comedy, it is essentially in their relationship to tragedy that we study the work and style of the disciples of Socrates, and above all that of Plato. But if Plato is indeed a playwright, he is not, or not only, a tragedian, and one could just as well underline the relationship of the dialogue to comedy. We know that in antiquity, Plato was considered by some to be the greatest poet of Greece alongside Homer. Diogenes Laertius reports that Plato turned away from writing tragedies after listening to Socrates, but he also notes in the same paragraph the influence of the comedies of Epicharmus and Sophron on Plato's writing. The anonymous Prolemogena to the study of Plato shows the philosopher eager to learn their style from comic authors, especially from Aristophanes. Lucian admits and even boasts of having better combined the form of the Socratic dialogue with comic content. A recent commentator, after a study remarkable among other things for its exhaustiveness of the fragments of the Middle Comedy on Plato, even conclude that those comic poets saw the philosopher, I quote, not merely as a stereotypical philosopher or celebrity intellectual, but as a fellow author, and that they consider the Platonic dialogue, quote again, as a genre in many ways very similar to their own. And we could finally recall the judgment of Gorgias, good sport, on reading the dialogue that Plato had dedicated to him. How Plato knows how to mock, literally, how Plato knows how to write iambic well. Iambic Zain. Plato's biting irony in the depiction of Socrates' interlocutors and of the sophist in particular is manifest, and this has been well studied. But the comic talent of the philosopher is not exhausted in an exercise, after all easy, of teasing and mockery of his opponents. That Socrates ridicules the sophists by belittling their claim to knowledge is not surprising, although it may cause some problem in his own theory of comedy. It is more interesting to apply the reading grid of comedy to the very character of Socrates, with whom we'll loaf, but perhaps also at whom we'll loaf. To this end, it is also appropriate to forget, if only for a while, the philosophical content of Socrates' argument, and to focus on their form, on their rhythm, and even on the very mise-en-scène of the situation in which they are developed. In other words, the Socratic dialogue should be taken for what it is, a dialogue, an oral work, even a play, which should not only be read, but also seen and heard. Such an approach does not betray the spirit of Plato's work. The orality of the dialogue, where the language of the interlocutors has clearly more to do without the vulgar, with the interactions of comedy, than with the lofty and solemn language of tragedy, is an essential component of it, if not its natural form. Plutarchus and Athenaeus of Naucratis even describe banquets, where Plato's texts were for the pleasures of the guest, played by slaves who were made to learn the text of the various characters. It has even been hypothesized from an inscribed marble fragment unearthed in the excavation of 1933 on the site of the Academy, that the school of Plato could actually indulge in this kind of representation. Whatever the veracity of his testimonies, which are late, or the validity of his hypotheses, which are far from certain, the Platonic dialogues were in any case read aloud, because it was the usual way at the time, and with no doubt a certain degree of acting. And whether they reached the stage or not, the dialogues, at least those of the Socratic period, do present a real staging, almost stage direction, didascalias, describing the movements and attitude to hold for whoever would like to represent them. One could think of the violent eruption of Thrasymachus in the Republic, or of the presentation, this time truly comic, of the assembled sophist and their follower in the house of Critias at the beginning of the Protagoras. Our aim is therefore the following: to study the comic artifices of Plato by focusing on one character, that of Socrates, and by highlighting the staging and the orality of the dialogues. From this analysis, which in no way claims to be exhaustive, we will identify a new figure of Socrates, both ridiculous and manipulative. The surprising image of Socrates poses various problems in the very work of Plato. Ridiculous, but how then to reconcile this Socrates with the regulations imposed on comedy in the Republic, or in the laws, or within the theory of the Philebus? Manipulative, but how then can the honesty of the philosophical dialogue still be opposed to sophistic artifices and illusions? These questions are not irresolvable, but within the limited framework of his General Conference on Laughter and Humor, I will focus instead, after having depicted some of those comic traits of Socrates, on emphasizing its proximity to a typical character of modern classic comedy, and on suggesting a possible influence of the Platonic dialogue on the comedy of the 16th, 19th century. I'll start with the staging and figures of Socrates. Let's say the first one as Socrates diva, Socrates whims. At various times in the dialogue, Socrates threatened to leave the discussion if the interlocutor does not submit to the method of question and answer and short speeches. In the Gorgias, after having imposed brachologia, short speech, on Gorgias, he tries in the same way to compel Polus to it. The young sophist refuses and defends his freedom to answer as he sees fit. What does this mean? Should I not be allowed to speak as much as I like? Socrates defends himself from wanting to limit his freedom of speech, especially he has, ironically, here in Athens, where freedom is such a holy thing. However, he threatened to end the conversation if the sophist does not comply with his demand, and rather persist in long speech. Would it be strange? But for my part, I wouldn't have the freedom to go away and not listen to you. The threat is stronger and repeated in the Protagoras. After the masterful performance of Protagoras, Socrates, conquered by the myth of the old sophist and still under his spell, fears to forget the subject of the discussion and expressly asks his interlocutor to return to the form of conversation with which he is the most familiar, that which consists of short questions and answers. At first, Protagoras refuses to comply with Socrates' request. He may, after all, express himself as he wishes, and it's up to the speaker, not to the questioner, to decide of the length of the answers. The philosophers take offense of Protagoras' refusal. It would be unfair if Protagoras, who knows all forms of speech, refuses to adapt to his interlocutor, who, being ignorant, knows one alone. And he threatened anew to leave the conversation. But Protagoras, I said to him, it is quite certain that I too do not put any insistence on wanting our conversation to proceed in a way different from that which you think good. However, the day I will talk to you, it will be the day when you will want to talk to me so that I can follow you. But for the moment, since you don't consent to it, since I don't have time and I wouldn't be able to stay there with you while you prolong your speech, yes, I have somewhere to go, I'm leaving. The philosopher's bad faith is patent, and his excuse, this meeting, which he had never mentioned until now. On the contrary, he was asking Hippocrates to be patient and not to come too early to Callias' house, is ridiculous. As for his bad memory, the philosopher's usual false excuse, it is in this precise dialogue contested on several occasions. Explicitly, when Alcibiades, who defends Socrates' present request, notes that it is an absurd mockery, and implicitly in the very construction of the dialogue, with the duplicate Socrates narrator and Socrates character, which the Protagoras stage, since Socrates character repeat, I forgot what you just said, while the Socrates narrator precisely relates it in detail 3 days later. In the Gorgias, the threat to end the discussion is light, and the dialogue resumes its course naturally when Socrates flatters plurals. In the Protagoras, we almost reach a breaking point. Protagoras is not falling for the philosopher's smooth word. The text is all the more remarkable that it is the sophist, Hippias and Prodicus, who, despite the ridicule and pedantry of their intervention, intend by proposing a compromise to reestablish the dialogue that the philosopher threatened to break. The Platonic staging is then remarkable. Socrates, before deciding to stay, managed to make Callias and the two other sophists beg him. 335d. I beg you, therefore, to stay. It is for you a grace to be given to us, to all of us. And again, in 338b. Begs them until he leads them to physically restrain him. 335d. With his right hand, Callias seized me. With his left hand, he clung to this coat that I have on me. Attitude of a diva, then, more than a philosopher in search of rationality. The whole scene is a farce. Socrates finally goes so far as to explicitly dictate his conditions, presenting them, not without some impudence, as a favor he's doing to the audience. Let's review what just happened. Socrates threatened to leave the discussion, but neither this attempt at blackmail nor flattery works on Protagoras. The philosopher then claims to carry out his threat, 335c. At the same time I was saying that, I got up to leave. 335d. I was up, and already I was about to go out. He does so slowly enough for the others to prevent him to do so. He manages to get the crowd, first his close friend, then the two other sophists, to intervene on his behalf and to almost beg him to stay. He then pretends to make a concession, an effort, even a favor to Protagoras, whereas he obtains in reality exactly what he had hoped for since the beginning of the discussion, ignoring completely Protagoras' claim, as well as the possible composition proposed by Hippias and Prodicus. He can thus finally force his interlocutor to play by his rules through the intermediary of the public opinion, which he has skillfully turned into his favor. The Socrates narrator is quite aware of this. That didn't sit well Protagoras at all. He was nevertheless forced to consent to interrogate and give short answers. The Platonic staging of the Protagoras is problematic, to say the least. The Protagoran defense and its refusal to comply with the method of his interlocutor is perfectly understandable. It even seems quite justified. 2, it is the philosopher who threatened to put an end to this discussion, and the sophist who bring him back to it, and in the end, urge to dialogue. 3, to the star Protagoras at the beginning of the dialogue, strolling among his disciples who step aside from his steps in a ridiculous ballet, respond this diva Socrates, just as ridiculous, who is begged by everyone to stay and talk. Second figure, courtier Socrates, recriminations and flattery of the philosopher. To impose his method, and particularly brachology, Socrates also complains of the violence that his interlocutor would exert on him and present himself as a victim, mistreated, who is afraid to speak. Such attitude is understandable in the context of certain dialogues facing violent characters, let's say Callicles or Thrasymachus, which he then compares to monsters who will defeat him, paralyze him, and even more, render him mute. Thus, the Socrates narrator of the Republic assimilates Thrasymachus with the wolf, whose gaze was said in the ancient world to paralyze the body as well as the tongue. In the Symposium, Socrates, ironic, is afraid that Agathon will throw him with his speech like a Gorgon ahead of Gorgias, which was going to petrify him and reduce him to silence. But the irony is less obvious when faced with the naive, vain, but good-natured Hippias, while the sophist at the end of the dialogue reproaches him for getting lost into useless details. Socrates complains, without apparent reason, of Hippias' anger. With you, indeed, I'm afraid to speak clearly, because you get mad at me when you convince yourself that you said something that matters. Hippias is not angry at all. You can go read the text. Socrates is even more skillful. When the threat of breaking off the dialogue is not enough, he uses flattery. In the Protagoras, Socrates affirmed that the sophist of Abdera is capable of pronouncing long speeches as well as proceeding by question and answer. He will be one of the very few in this case. It is the same type of subterfuge that he uses for Gorgias, who immediately claims that he can express himself both in long speech and in brief speech. The sophist actually keeps his promise for a while by articulating in a somewhat ridiculous way monosyllabic answer. Yes, yes, yes. Socrates congratulates him or mocks him. By Hera, I admire your answers, Gorgias. Impossible to answer with more brevity. A little further on, and anew, to bring his interlocutor back to the conversation, he pikes Polos' pride. Could it be that what Gorgias can do, Polos is incapable of? Hippias is perhaps the most receptive to the Socratic compliment. The two dialogues in which he is the main protagonist begin with pleasant exchanges in which the boastfulness of the sophist is matched only by Socratic thoughting. We could multiply the examples. Almost none of the character of the dialogues escape the flattery of Socrates. These recurring episodes can obviously be read as so many comic artifices, of which the sophists are the first victim. The irony is undeniable. The sophists, the interlocutor of Socrates, in general, expect praise and are delighted with it. Praises which are moreover skillfully adapted by Socrates to the character of each. But the vanity of the recipient of the flattery in no way excuses the slyness of the flatterer. Socrates' flattery is a pure artifice of seduction, which aims to bring his interlocutor by putting him in confidence on a ground which is unfavorable to him, in the previous examples, that of Draculonia, or more simply, to lower his guard. And yet, we do not see the sophists play the same game. Rather, they do the exact opposite by attacking the philosopher frontally, even in the case of Callicles, by insulting him. While Socrates, more skillful, tries to prevent as carefully as possible any reaction or projection, so that the interlocutor finally traps himself, if I may say, without realizing it. Deceitful Socrates. Okay, I skip that passage because the thing is long, but it's the irony. You all know that, the so-called ignorance of Plato. The word ironia is not that common, actually. It appears when Thrasymachus precisely attacks Socrates for never answering and always asking question as a rhetorical trick. And of course, it's listed in Aristophanes in the Clouds as one of the insults that Strepsiades expect to hear from other people if he follows the lessons of Socrates. It's dissimulation, lying. Let's simplify for now. Let's go to the argumentation of Socrates. Quibbler Socrates, digressions and diversions of Socrates. At the end of the second Hippias, we find a criticism of the dialogical method of Socrates. But you, Socrates, you do not consider the things as totalities, nor do they with whom you are in the habit of discussing, but you separate and cut to pieces the beautiful and each of the beings in your speech. That's why the embodiments of what is, however great and undivided they may be, escape you. It is always possible to defend Socrates from an unjust accusation. For example, by linking this Hippian reflection to the late development on the method of division of the dialectic in the Phaedrus or in the Philebus. But we can also, more simply, consider that for Hippias, Socrates splits hairs, to the point of losing sight of the subject. Socrates says he is very forgetful and claims he cannot remember the subject of a long speech when it finally comes to an end. The reality of the dialogue is quite different. It is the interlocutor himself, and actually quite often the reader of Plato, who forgets the original question when Socrates starts his interminable questioning. Worse still, the philosopher constantly changes the subject of the discussion. In the Protagoras, after being rebuffed by Protagoras following an argument, if not fallacious, at least debatable, which aimed to identify courage with science, he affirms all of a sudden, hey, Protagoras, don't you think that among men some live well and some live bad? And then he changed the subject for 10 pages, introduced the metrics, finally to get back far later to the question of courage. The same happened in the Gorgias and in various dialogues. The point is not to claim that the construction of the Socratic Platonic argumentation is disjointed. On the contrary, the dialogues are extremely well constructed. But that as dialogue, that is as orality, these digressions can and even aim to appear so. Socrates disarticulates his discourse in multiple ramifications, digressions, parentheses. Those digressions are neither pointless nor absurd, and Socrates never loses sight of the goal he intends to achieve. But it must be recognized that they also have the effect, if not the very function, of hiding it from his interlocutor. This is clearly, again, a rhetorical device which certainly does not correspond to the normal method of the orator of the 5th or 4th century, but has everything to do with comedy. Socrates shows ingenuity, advances an apparently unstructured, almost spontaneous speech. He changes the subject. This in opposition to the rhetorical constructions or the praise, let's say the praises of Gorgias, perfect, regulated, and whose goal and arguments are announced from the first lines. These Socratic types of speech aims anew to push his opponent to speak without suspicion, without discerning where the argument will lead him. And all these digressions, apparently irrelevant, have so many pitfalls for a gullible interlocutor that Socrates makes feel overconfident. In the course of the dialogue, Socrates patiently waves his web and stands in ambush. But there are also more immediate pitfalls, the effect of which is not to divert attention or mislead the interlocutor on the long course, but which seems to rest on the contrary on an acceleration of the rhythm and on the speed of the argument. Speedy Socrates, speaking pace, and rhythm of argumentation. The argument by analogy, or a certain extent inductive, which are sprinkled throughout the speeches of Socrates in Plato's work, are often hazardous and contestable. There are, of course, many ways to explain or interpret this text. Plato, like Socrates, would be both very bad logicians and did not realize that their argument is fallacious. Plato knows it, or perhaps learns it late, but not Socrates himself. One thinks of the arguments on contrariety that Diotima teaches to Socrates. But rather than formalizing the arguments to test their validity and looking elsewhere in Plato for their justification if it does not appear by itself, we could consider them for what they really are. And rather than trying to justify at all costs arguments that are questionable, fallacious, even apparently absurd, because often they are, it is enough to stage them. That is to say, to see them rather than read them. And then appear a rather simple rhetorical and comic technique, which aims to force the adversary to concede something that he would never have spontaneously admitted by the structure and the speed of the exposition, rather than by the force of conviction of a rational argument conclusive by itself. It is this strategy of speed of argumentation and analogy that we read in the Aeschines Aspasia, as in the Protagoras or other dialogues of Plato, and which leads the interlocutor to answer in the same way, almost automatically, after a few quick, ingenious, and often obvious questions. In a certain number of cases, at least, this method of discussion do not bring into play rational arguments, and one should not even try to understand them as such. They reveal, on the contrary, the implementation of a rhetorical technique where the argument of the interlocutor rests more on the acceleration of the rhythm and the effect of surprise than on the reflection or the intellectual adherence to a thesis that he finds himself forced, almost inadvertently, to admit in the end. And we may also perceive this way if we do not take too seriously Socratic arguments, which in reality are not arguments, the comic aspect of the scenes where the interlocutor is stupidly tried by himself by answering automatically. Odyssean Socrates, who hides one thing in his heart and speaks another, quote of Homer. It's necessary to get rid of the assumption still too common according to which Socrates will always be of good faith. To be convinced of this, it is enough to refer to both cases, manifest and indisputable, of arguments resting on premises manifestly false in the eyes of Socrates himself, but entirely adapted to the character of his interlocutor. I'm skipping that, but example, at the beginning of the Protagoras, he's praising democracy and Pericles, which never happens, but it's just to speak to Protagoras. Again, these elements are known, but all the consequences must be drawn from them. One of the most obvious, which again calls into question the usual image of Plato's Socrates, is that the Socratic rule, one must always say what one thinks, does not apply to the philosopher himself. It is remarkable in this respect that Plato's characters are quite aware of it. Thus, in one of the passages where Socrates most explicitly affirms this principle, his interlocutor, Callicles, of course, is not fooled. You are spoiling what you said before, and we are no longer seeking the truth properly together if you answer otherwise than according to your thought, my dear Callicles. Kai Garsu, or Socrates, look to you, same to you, look who's talking. And the criticism of the interlocutor of Socrates, once again, we had Hippias before, Thrasymachus, is not devoid of meaning. It is clear on reading Plato, but also Xenophon, that if he who is subjected to the Socratic refutation must always say what he thinks, Socrates himself is not bound by such an obligation. Rhetorically speaking, the philosopher again puts himself in an advantageous situation by trying to impose on his interlocutor rules that, in this case, he himself does not respect. Sophist Socrates, the Socrates semantic confusion, this I passed, so trust me or discuss it later. You have case and use of homonymy in Plato's dialogue by Socrates, which are pure sophistic trick, according to Aristotle, but in truth, it's Socrates who's doing that in the dialogue, not the sophist. These elements, more or less briefly presented, sorry if I'm late, are known, and the list is not intended to be exhaustive. But both the quantity and the variety of his Socratic artifices are without a doubt significant, and must be read without a positive a priori vis-à-vis the philosopher, without automatically looking for excuses for him. Excuses that Plato himself does not give to him. He's staging the sophist and serving him on this point. Their accumulation shows a figure of Socrates different from the idealized one that is sometimes presented in Plato. Winner, flatterer, liar, diva frightening to leave if we do not comply with his wishes, manipulator, cheating, and so on. We thus paint a portrait of the philosopher, both comic and manipulative, but nevertheless always positive. All the more disturbing as we know the criticism that Plato addresses both to comedy on the one hand and to rhetoric on the other. Rather than address these two questions, which is impossible, clearly, in the limited framework of the conference, I would like to emphasize the relationship of this Socrates figure with modern comedy. If we summarize the elements brought to light quickly here, and without losing sight of the general unfolding of the dialogue, where despite the final aporia, and within a few exceptions, Socrates wins, the character trait and the attitude of the philosopher evoke a specific type of our classic comedy, that of the valet. Socrates certainly does not identify with the secondary character, buffon and ridiculous, that we find in the first classical system of figuration of the valet. This type of valet speaks little, or to say nothing, only plays an incidental role in the unfolding of the plot, and appears above all through his caricatural feature, mischievous, lazy, submissive, coward, as a sidekick, really, the French is better here, faire valoir of the master. On a superficial level, Socrates certainly has something in common with his first valet. We remember the description of Alcibiades in the banquet. Speeches so ridiculous, pronounced by an insolent satyr, that anyone, ignorant or imbecile, can turn into derision. Ugly, poor, seemingly ignorant. Socrates is a comedy character in himself, but by his discourse with a divine foundation, as Alcibiades also said, and especially in front of the master of knowledge, pretentious, sure of himself, and of an indecent wealth that is the sophist. He prefigured the central element of his master-valet couple, which will make the success of modern comedy. The Socrates-sophist couple is based, as in modern comedy, on the same tacitly predefined system of power relation, which was reversed in the course of the play, where the figure of the valet finally ridicules the presumption of the master. Socrates seems to prefigure this second kind of valet, more modern, who, while maintaining some kinship with the previous one, ultimately proves to be the true master of the play, its hero, and almost its director. I'm thinking here of the cunning valet of French and Italian comedy, the Harlequin of Brigella de la Commedia dell'arte, and I limit myself to that simply because I don't know the rest. I don't know if it appears much in British American culture. It's not in Shakespeare, clearly. And it appears later in German. In Brecht, you have that modern version of the Master of Valet. So I'm thinking of those plays where in Spanish, I'm pretty sure you have it. It should be there because you have a Master Valet couple as Don Quixote, but I don't know. So I'm thinking of those plays where we see the valet take the leading role, quantitatively as well as qualitatively, for the actor as for the spectator. These traits are almost non-existent in ancient Greek comedy. The servants in Aristophanes' Wasp, for example, are not central. They are, to my knowledge, very limited in Middle and New Greek comedy. I know this is discussed, but we can see that later. In Molière, on the contrary, Scapin gives his name to the play. Sganarelle opened the Don Juan and plays in all the scenes except one. The Valet of Molière, the Jacques of Diderot outside of comedy, the Harlequin of Marivaux or Beaumarchais represent valets which are funnier, more intelligent, more active, maybe more philosophical if we want, than their master. It is the valet who decides by his specific quality, vivacity of his mind, of his language, of his action, of the orientation of the intrigue. It is often he who has the last word, which does not prevent him of begging, lying, being subjected to the beating and to the stick, and so on. Now, the Socratic reference, of course, is not, to my knowledge, explicit in Homer, who mocks and knows well Scholastic, and who, according to tradition, would have given a complete translation of Lucretius, which is, alas, lost. Sorry for you, Monte. Diderot, and here it's no longer comedy, but we find this same couple from comedy, which is already a traditional motive. Diderot, whose immoderate love he had for the figure of Socrates is well known, does not hide the relationship he establishes between his valet and the philosopher. Jacques is qualified on several occasions as an original and unordinary man, that is to say, obviously, atopos, the qualificative constantly applied to Socrates. And he even ends up being explicitly compared to Socrates by his master. Is it an anachronism? Okay, yes, in part, but not entirely. There is plausibly a continuity between Socratic dialogue and modern comedy. We mentioned in the introduction the possible link between Platonic dialogue and the Middle Greek comedy. But if there is an influence of the Platonic dialogue and the figure of Socrates on modern comedy, it would be, of course, to be discovered in Roman comedy, outside of Lucian's, which I don't deal now, which gives rise to this traditional couple. Now, the first preserved comedy where scholars almost universally agree to see this ballet master couple in his quasi-modern form, of course, master-slave here, is the cheater of Plautus. Pseudolus, the slave, who gives his name to the play, the cheater is the translation, Pseudolus, has all the traditional character of the valet against the master. And the play presents many features of modern comedy where the master is eclipsed by the valet and then look like an imbecile. Now, it is probably no coincidence that Plautus takes Socrates as a model for his Pseudolus. In the cheater, the references to the figure of philosopher are multiple, sometimes implicit, sometimes explicit. It is often the master, Simon, who plays with the comparison. His slave answers everything all the time, and as a result, threatened to be corrupter of the Athenian youth. This is not mere look either, but the play takes place in Athens. Plautus, variously identifies Pseudolus with Socrates, inspired by his demon and master of Myotic. For example, when Pseudolus imagines himself not on a mission from the oracle of Delphi, but directly as its voice. Ask me what you want. If I know it, take that the answer comes from Delphi. Simon finally compares him explicitly to the philosopher. He will do so much and so well with his speeches that you will think you hear not Pseudolus, but Socrates. When Pseudolus speaks, he becomes Socrates in order to trick his interlocutor. However, he has little to do with Aristophanes Socrates, whom Strepsiades was already asking to teach his son the confusing speech. With Plautus, the valet becomes this positive, for comic, but also threatening and enigmatic figure, whose goals are hidden and impenetrable and means imperceptible, but always perfectly adapted to shape and direct the whole plot of the play. Exactly like Socrates, who in the end decide nonchalantly, without seeming to of the orientation and of the plot of the dialogues. To conclude, really, very quickly, skip that, because we are late. Let's go back to Nietzsche and his harsh criticism of dialectic as a tool of the weak. Those who have no other weapon use dialectic, he says, and thanks to which the rabble rises to the top. Wherever authority is still part of the social fabric, wherever people give commands rather than reason, the dialectician is a type of clown. He is laughed at and not taken seriously. Socrates was the clown who made himself be taken seriously. Clown, Hanswurst in German, which apparently, because I know very little about German popular comedy, is precisely the German equivalent in the 16th century of the character of Harlequin or rather Pulcinella in the Napolitan version of the Commedia dell'arte. The classical French translation follows more immediately the reference with Polichinelle. The second type of valet, thus, not the zany, the stupid one, the coward. The inverse character will be precisely merged with Harlequin as soon as the 18th century, before Nietzsche. I don't know what Nietzsche exactly was aiming at with that word, but I would take it for now through its equivalent in Latin culture. There is something of the ridiculous, but also cunning and smart valet in Socrates. Nietzsche perceived it, or at least seems to present it as a symptom of decadence of Greece, of course. But rather than using this provocative identification to judge Socrates' moral nature, the perception of the philosopher as a character of comedy may prove to be a fruitful starting point to read and analyze the dialogue in a different way, in the hope to shed a new light on Plato's art of writing, if not on its philosophy. That's all.
Well, thank you very much, David, for such an interesting presentation. We have a few minutes for questions. And Pierre?
Okay, well, thank you so much, David, for this. Oh, I very much like the way you put Plato in the theater, so on stage, so to speak. But, and I think it worked quite well, especially with the Gorgias that you mentioned at the beginning. But I do have a kind of question I've asked myself for quite a long time now. That's a problem of the Republic and of a few of the dialogues where the style is indirect, as you know. When in the Republic, the style is indirect. So that's very contrary to the practice of the field. And I know, for example, there are some translations, the English translation by David Reed, who just decided not to have all these effects, etc. So I said, she said,
yes,
etc. Just to put the dialogue in the direct speech.
Okay.
But of course, that's
Yes.
not what Plato
Yes. Yes.
Because it has everything put in direct speech. And so how can you harmonize these important facts, the Republic at least, with your reading that's trying to put Plato on stage?
Okay.
So to speak?
So of course, yes, it depends. So some of the dialogues are written in a direct style, some are reported by an unknown narrator, some are reported by Socrates himself, and you have the I or he, depending, and you have he said or directly the speech. So yeah. No, I'm not saying that Socrates, Plato, sorry, he's writing a play, entirely a play. Obviously not. Yes, he's creating a new form of dramaturgic art. There is something, it's not a philosophical treatise, clearly. It's the question of the signification of the Socratic dialogue.
No.
As a style.
Just why in direct speech?
Yes.
Why you think, and I think too, actually, that's it's a kind of new field. A new kind of field.
Yes.
In the theater, the style, of course, is direct, right? You wouldn't say, no character on stage would say, I say, you say, etc.
Yes.
It would be completely rude theater.
Right.
So it seems to be a kind of.
But you can adapt them very quickly, as it was done, as you said. But so it's not aimed to be on stage. I agree with that. It's not the first aim. Maybe it has been done, but it's not aimed to. The second point is that the fact of having the narrator, a narrator which could be Socrates or someone else, actually allows things which are not allowed in a direct script, which means because they don't have didascalies. There are very few. I don't think in They are in Aristophanes' plays, I know, but we don't know for the original manuscript. This allows to have a description like, at this moment, he jumped on me and he took my coat. How do you do that in direct speech? This precisely gives the staging and reinforce the comical effect, for it is not only that, and it is not only directly a play, but it gives us the whole context. When he describes at the beginning of Protagoras with all these disciples, Hippias running with his disciple on his feet. You cannot do that. You cannot do this comic effect of description with direct speech. It's a description of the stage, in a sense.
Great answer. Thank you so much.
So it's not only, and after, of course, that doesn't work for the lows. This one, I agree with Nietzsche, he's boring. But he's smart, but Andre is not here. It's not here. Okay. but for the lows.
And Monte has one.
I love this talk too, and it makes me think of so many different things, but just one thing on Pierre's question, there's also the idea that they were read aloud, that somebody would
Okay.
read the
Yes.
dialogue aloud, so then they would be
Okay.
descriptions, as you say, but the acting out. And also I wanted to mention, there's actually a Hellenistic biographic travesty according to which Protagoras was Democritus' valet. Democritus saw him carrying some bags.
Yes,
but
yes,
said,
carrying
"Oh,
the
thank
thing."
you, my student." So
Okay.
that maybe it was, he outstaged him or something.
Okay.
A longer version.
That's
Um,
interesting.
And so the question I wanted to ask is twofold. First of all, I thought all of the points about Gorgias and Protagoras were so good. Plato also portrays, I think both of them, but especially Gorgias, as claiming that he has an ability to give either short or
Yes.
long speeches or answer any question at length.
Yes.
or short. And so then if Socrates can trick him up with small questions, then he at least defeats the rhetoricians.
Right.
Technique. And then the more general thing I wanted to get is, what are the implications of this?
Oigan, perdón, se está sonando la alarma sísmica.
Of course.
David. David. Did you? Yeah. Rolling.
I was on time or late? I was late. A bit too much. No?
Because we start.
Yeah. Already with a delay.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so let's continue with our session. We have, for those on Zoom, we have a false alarm, both are okay. So we're going to continue, and Michael had a question for David.
Thank you. I will be very quick because I already began talking. You made a wonderful, really wonderful point about the comedy of novels, cheap. And I say that because Roman comedy was only read by Latin scholars, never read by Greek scholars. But the connections you made between the slave as the corrupting force of the youth is almost always attributed to the Roman poets, creating some kind of Roman mentality. This is all coming out of the Roman poets of the time, but you made the obvious point that this comes from the Platonic connection, right? Of the Platonic dialogues. That particular play of Plato is probably based on a comedy by Menandus, who was a friend of Theophrastus. And so it's very, very plausible that you can make even more connections than you did for us in this talk. And the only other point I wanted to say is that traditionally we can see connections between the Greek philosophers and a character called the parasitos, the parasite. Usually the parasite is the philosopher and the sophist says, but you make a very good case, a very, very good case for the slave coming from Socrates as Plato. So thank you.
Well, thank you. So I know that I went directly to the Roman one, but because we have the text, and it's rather agreed that it was agreed for a while actually that it's the first time we have it. I know it's discussed now, and through the study of the fragments of Menander and other of the Middle and New Comedy, you, especially from Athens, Socrates, and others, you do have hypotheses, and apparently quite probable, that there is already, but we don't know to what extent and at what level, this slave-master relation, valet-master relation in the Middle and New Comedy, Greek. So no Aristophanes clearly, but it's so contemporary to Plato. So yes, there is a step missing clearly between that going directly to Plato to so on. And that goes also with that paper I mentioned. So at the beginning in the intro that I don't remember his name. It's on my computer and I don't have my text now. Who analyze all the text of the Middle Comedy here, talking about Plato and saying that basically they consider Plato as a fellow author. So maybe there's a direct, not only influence, but interaction in the time of Plato between comic author and Plato himself. That's also a possibility.
Any other question? Well, thank you very much, David. So we have now one dessert coffee break. And let's make it quick because we have lost a little time. So thank you. I think I yeah, the cookies. I have cookies for. Oh, okay. You have.
No, it's fine.
that's
fine. Online are two participants, María-Elena and David Ginocchio, and Professor Lax has been taken out. Oh, yeah. But the next ones after me, they will be the next ones are. Yes, I don't do it. It would be so. Oh, no. Fernanda is here and David is. Oh, yeah. And they will speak. All right. Interesting. That's why I couldn't come to Mexico. That's me. Oh, that's Spain. Okay. No, I'm good. That's perfect. Yeah. So, how are you?
I'm pretty good.
Yeah.
An exciting example.
Yes, no, right. Well, it's very noisy outside.
And inside.
Inside.
They should at least close the door. But maybe that would make it too.
Yeah, I don't know. Yes, but they just put on the air conditioning. But then it's really freezing when you are just
Sitting under it, yeah.
sitting under it. Yes. Okay.
Sure. A new anecdote, talk about Mexico.
Sorry?
A new anecdote
Oh, yeah.
about Mexico.
Oh, yes. But
Last time you didn't have.
no. But I didn't hear anything. I mean, what kind of alarm?
Me neither, we won't call them.
What kind of alarm did we have?
Goes like this.
Did you read it?
I didn't hear it,
No?
but the ones who were behind heard it.
Ah,
And it was true, but sometimes with all the other noises, some people have a special, because, yeah, it's like, it's.
special
You're a tuned
sensitivity.
alarm, whereas I would just be, oh, no.
Yeah. Well, a bit of exercise.
Well, if we must die today, then we must.
Better laughing.
No, but I agree, it's nice, have an exercise, go up and down stairs and come back, then everybody's really
Yeah,
kind.
fresh mind. Our tricks to get to keep you away.
They're awake now.
Something.
No, thank you. I'm perfectly fine with water.
So, these are undergraduates. Graduates.
Most are undergrad, but there are some graduates.
Yes. But I don't see any grads from the year I came.
No, because the master program is 2 years, so.
Well, yes, they are done now. Yes. Or perhaps that woman there with the long robe. Was she not a student of mine? No? Okay. Ah, Mauricio, you are cheering me. Okay, good. That's good.
Polizing your talk.
Well, I see my talk. No, but it's a very short talk, actually. So no worries. But of course, after 30 minutes, you just, perhaps after 25. After 25, you just make me a sign.
Okay.
So I know that I have only 5 minutes because I really want to stick to 30 minutes.
Okay, good. Got it.
Because that was my suggestion.
You have to preach by the example.
Yes.
Okay, so let's move on. Just to keep it rolling, it's time to yield the floor to Pierre Destrée, which will read us his paper on Diogenes and why laughter matters for happiness. So, all yours, Pierre.
Okay, thank you, Maurizio, and thank you very much, Maria-Elena and Luis Xavier for organizing this very nice conference so far. All right, so, okay, so I would like to defend two complementary theses. My first thesis is that all of Diogenes' aphorism and repartees are to be considered humorous one way or another. This may sound quite evident to many, if not to all of you today, but the way I understand how humor works for Diogenes and the Cynics more generally is, I think, quite different from how scholars usually present it. Cynic humor is true and true philosophical. It is meant to make you understand something, and by you, I mean not only the butt of the joke or the immediate addressee of it, but also the remote addressee of it, the broader audience, or even the reader, if we take that Diogenes and other cynics used to write down their jokes one way or another. My second thesis is that this conception of humor is a direct descendant of Socrates' practice of the elenkos. In the so-called Socratic dialogues by Plato, the elenkos constitutes the typically Socratic way to do and practice philosophy, which should help you, the recipient of the elenkos, to take the right path to happiness. I claim that cynic humor is to be considered in a similar fashion as one way, cynic way, to practice philosophy and hence to aim to happiness. As everyone knows, one of the main difficulties of the cynic material that we have, especially if one focuses on the main reports that we have from Laertius, is its apparent lack of order. We only have repartees and aphorisms that don't seem to be related to one another. And there is no obvious link between them, as one could begin from any of them, as it is then, as if then anyone could navigate their own idiosyncratic way through them. Well, to be sure, there is no specific ordering that we should follow, or as scholars reconstruct as each repartee of aphorism is framed in what has been called anecdote, so the famous quae. That is to say, each repartee is framed in a certain context, which includes the sort of person Diogenes is addressing to, or the specific place he's talking, etc. Something I'd call the setting of the aphorism or the repartee. But there is certainly also, I believe, a strong, I'd even say, a systematic method and intention that all these aphorisms and repartees instantiate. In other words, there is, I think, a real philosophical method that is at play in each and any of them. Well, I won't have time to argue for this in details, of course, unless you invite me to speak for the rest of the day. But here is, let me put it very dogmatically on the table, the most basic principle of that philosophical system, and a very good example of how humor should be conceived. I read my first example, so that's the last sentence you have on my handout number 1. So Synekes te elegen eston bion paraskuas tatai dein logon e. So it kept saying, here is how you should prepare yourself to live, think. or if you prefer to stick to the literal translation, reason or to work means actually the word for hanging us. When you have actually here, so let me just explain that briefly. So on the handout, you have this important passage for my number 1. And so a Spanish translation, 2 very recent English translation, 1 French translation by Marie-Elena, who is arguably one of the most famous scholars who has spent all her life working on the Cynics. Then you have 1 translation by myself, and then you have another English translated by myself and my good friend Aaron Kachuk. Quite important. You might ask me, why all these translations, for God's sake? Well, because I think it's quite important to be aware that when you read just a translation, whether in Spanish, English, or French, or whatever language, of course, it's only a translation, right? And you can, if you compare all those translations, you will see quite the differences between all of them when compared to the Greek. So my advice is that just read the Greek and not the translation. Anyway. So in my first sentence, so then logon is brochon, well, there is of course a pun between these 2 words, but it's not a free pun. If you don't use your logos, says Diogenes, you will only have to hang yourself because it will be impossible for you to be prepared to live your life or to be happy. So in a nutshell, reason is the only way to get happiness or to live a worldwide life. And the way to get that is through humor. Before I return to the core importance of reason, let me first emphasize the centrality of humor in the cynic way of philosophizing. So the first thesis I announce. For it actually may not be obvious that Diogenes actually meant to be humorous. And this is rather odd that this is not what scholars working on cynicism usually emphasize. When Laertius begins our chapter, here so the chapter 6:24, by saying he had a gift for sneering at his contemporaries, as one translator has it, no modern reader would immediately think of humor. Laughter, all right, and mocking, but humor. And actually, in Laertius' presentation, so during the whole book 6, there is really only 1 explicit mention that Diogenes was using humor. He says, well, sorry, you don't have that on your handout. So in Greek, Diogenes escopse de os aperantologos. So he was mocking Plato by calling him an endless chatterbox. So aperanton to logon in Greek. But yet again, from a modern perspective, this might just mean that the only kind of humor Diogenes knew was harsh mockery, meant to elicit some very aggressive laughter. Not really what we would call philosophical humor. And indeed, what is funny, not to say philosophically funny, in insulting Plato as an endless chatterbox. But if Diogenes' repartees, such as this one, can be rather aggressive, I admit, it will be a mistake not to consider it to be humorous and funny. And I think that's conveying an important philosophical message. Let me then quickly review the ones that Laertius reports in this chapter, or in this paragraph. But before that, let me get back to the endless chatterbox. To be sure, it is a kind of insult, or more precisely what the ancients would have called absorbers. Well, absorbers, that means something like an insulting invective, usually a poem, that was meant to be at the same time funny at the expense of the birds. But why is it funny to call Plato an endless chatterbox? I think the aphorism is very certain. And I'm surprised, actually, that I've not seen any explanation of this among interpreters. It is most likely, or so I suggest, an allusion to the Peras, so I repeat in Greek, so endless chatterbox is apehanto, so without peras, logo, right? So the guy who talks, who speaks, lege, right, without any peras, without any limits. And so I think this is a quite sophisticated word invented, of course, by Diogenes. And it is an allusion to the pera, the limit concept that Plato uses, especially in the Philetus, to tell us about the good mixture that the good life should consist in. What Diogenes mocks is the way Plato did with the good life, talking about limits in an unlimited way. And notice that in the Philetus, after the discussion of the concept of peras, so limits, Protarchus adds, so I quote him, sorry, I should have put that on my handouts too, speak as you please, Socrates, and without worrying about length as far as we are concerned, for you can't bore us. As if Plato himself was aware of the difficulty and the length of the discussion. So this is, so the word by Diogenes is not a pure and simple insult against Plato, but a very sophisticated way to make us, the audience of the joke, understand that indeed Plato does not deliver on his promises. And it is in the same time, in the same way, that we should read the pun from the same chapter. So at the beginning, I think that's the second line here, where Diogenes is supposed to have said about Plato, so Platon of diatriben, catatriben, so literally Plato's work a waste of time, or as I propose in a more punchy way, Plato lecturing wet herring. This is actually a key idea that Diogenes wants to transmit here through this little joke. The idea that philosophy cannot consist in a long speculative research. If I may follow suit in the joke, I would comment that life is short and therefore ars brevis, not longer, in order to make sure that we indeed live a happy life. Something similar must be read, I think, in the most famous joke of all, the plucked chicken, of which you have a very interesting painting from Friedrich Weich, reproduced on the handouts. By throwing this chicken in the middle of a meeting in the academy, perhaps alive and running around the academy as suggested in that painting, Diogenes wants to make us understand something crucial, that a general definition, such as the ones Plato tries to establish when it comes, for example, to men in this case, cannot adequately account for material, individual beings, things. Basically, we would already have here, as some interpreters have suggested, a prefiguration of the Aristotelian critique of the Platonic forms. Of course, this critique will be argued in much more details, especially in Aristotle's ancient works. But when in the categories, which most interpreters agree is an early work of this, Aristotle insists on the preeminence of the todeti, so the singular subject in front of us. It is hard not to hear as a backdrop the criticism of an Antisthenes before Diogenes, and then Diogenes, of the generality of these Platonic forms and definitions that will never succeed in explaining the singular real. In short, what I propose is to understand the humor of Diogenes and cynics more generally as a truly philosophical method. I mean that its aim is first and foremost to make people understand something. Of course, Diogenes' philosophy is not theoretical in the sense that he would have developed arguments in favor of this and that philosophical principle. Here, I think Diogenes follows the Socrates of Plato's Apology of Socrates in a quite radical way. The study of nature, as well as long considerations on the nature of the good life and positing mysterious ideas, such as ultimately the idea of the good, is of no use in search for the good and happy lives. Now, as you can see from that chapter, so the 24, Diogenes is not only attacking his direct philosophical opponents, mainly Plato, but also the people in general. As Laertius reports, he called the contest at the Dionysia, so at the theater, a spectacle for morals, as one translator has it, when actually the Greek is megalathmata, so something like a big show or big surprising things or big puppets, I think. So the comma can mean here puppets, morals, so big, so something like a big show of puppets for stupid people. But especially if you have just a spectacle for morals, this is not funny at all, and one does not see the point Diogenes really wants to make. I propose that Diogenes uses the adjective moros here, so moron, if you want in English, in a pun with a proverbial morotoros moruchu, so more stupid, morotoros more stupid than moruchus. Moruchus being a name, actually the Sicilian or one Sicilian epithet for Dionysius, which meant something like with a face smeared with crushed grapes, especially if you rely on Bourdieu's explanation of that, you have that in the handout. So the line should therefore be translated more or less like this. The shows at the Dionysus theater, a big show for alcoholics, or something like a punch and jolly show for drunks, where, of course, to understand the joke, one must keep in mind that Dionysus is both the gods of the theater, but also the gods of the wine and of the grape harvest. But now you may want to ask, what kind of philosophical message is this supposed to convey? Well, just remember the way Heraclitus attacked Homer, or actually mocked Homer, in his aphorism number, so DK, so Discrans 42, or Laxmo's D21st, or 21. Well, sorry, you don't have that on my handout. I'm really sorry for that. So the aphorism reads like this: Homer should be thrown off the stage and given the stake. This is, I think, a very humorous way of attacking Homer, as the stick or the staff is precisely the symbolic attribute of Homer, and actually of all poets in general. And the scene is presumably meant to be a kind of parodic repetition of what happens to Thersites at the beginning of the Iliad, who is beaten by the stick or the staff or the sceptron of Odysseus. So Heraclitus is attacking Homer, and presumably all the poets, who should be considered real sophoi, sages, philosophers, so people who have a real true knowledge. Diogenes endorses this rejection of poetry as conveying true philosophical messages, but he concentrates his mockery on us, the audience of the theater. So by going to the theater and believing that the poets could possibly convey some philosophical message, we are like drunk spectators of a show that is supervised by a drunk gods. So here, we spectators are the butt of the joke, and it is we who are to laugh at ourselves, as it were, and understand how foolish we are if we go to the theater to learn anything of serious importance. So here again, Diogenes is stressing the importance of reason for a happy life. So don't act as a fool or a drunk, but practice reason. Now, how should this humor precisely work? What kind of reaction should such jokes be supposed to have on their hearers, especially when they are themselves the butt of the joke? This is actually a big question, and I'm not going to deal with it in more details, but let me just comment on one text. This is my second text, the handout, so number 2, by a certain Demetrius. He wrote a treatise on style. When I say a certain, but I think it was actually a guy called Demetrius the Syrian, who was a professor of rhetoric in Athens at the time when Cicero visited Athens. But anyway. So let me read just part of the text. Of forcefulness of a kind often results from an admixture of playfulness as in comedy, and all works written in the cynic manner. So this Demetrius seems to think that comedy and cynic philosophy, that's the same kind of style, right? Socrates is the first disciple follower of Diogenes. Socrates says, there is a land of Pierre in the midst of the wide ocean of vainness. Well, sorry, in the handouts of vainness dismissed. Actually, the translator here forgot to put of vainness because, well, if you don't have of vainness, then the whole fun is dismissed. Anyhow, another example is Diogenes' announcement at Olympia. After the race in armor, he ran forwards and proclaimed himself Olympic victor over all many personal worth and purity. The words excite both laughter and wonder, Demetrius comments, and have a gentle hidden sting in them. Well, first of all, we know that for Demetrius, it is an evidence, as I say, that humor is at the core of cynicism. And the first quotation he gives from Crates is very funny indeed. Funny, at least, if you are an ancient Greek reader who knows his or her Homer, as this verse written by Crates, because it's a kind of verse there, is a parody of a verse from the Odyssey, right? You have the verse of Odyssey as a kind of footnote, right? So you can see that Pierre, which means the kind of backpack, typical of the cynics, so he changed so with Pierre instead of Crete, right? And then you have Typhos instead of Pontus, or Typhos instead of Pontus, right? So you have here two puns, which of course both rely so on something very important for the cynics, right? So the first, so the wallet there is a special cynic accoutrement, or at least it's part of it. And the word Typhos means something as the vanity of the people who are not trained as cynic philosophers. All right, but so it's obviously kind of funny, right? It's a kind of parody with two puns of vocabulary verse. But how can such humor be the vehicle for a serious message? Well, I think Demetrius says it very clearly. So I read his conclusion, so a few lines down. The surface meaning is funny, so here the two puns, obviously, but the hidden significance has a certain forcefulness. And this is true of all cynic discourse as a whole. To put it briefly, it is like a dog, and a dog that's cynic, right? A dog that wags his tail or horns and bites at the same time. So one is surprised and invited to wonder what the hidden message of the joke might be. It is not impossible, actually, that Demetrius is inspired here by Aristotle, whom he knows very well, who in a passage of the Nicomachean Ethics speaks of hyponoia about humor. So hyponoia meaning the hidden meaning of what he says. And indeed, after Aristotle, it was pretty common to understand the joke as a kind of riddle that needs to be solved. So thus, in what way can a cynic wallet, or more generally cynic philosophy, be a firm ground, a refuge in the vast ocean of pride and vanity? And also, Demetrius specified that this astonishment, this questioning, is done slowly, little by little. So one does not understand at once the hidden message or meaning. It is undoubtedly necessary that we repeat the joke to ourselves so that we hear Diogenes telling us repeatedly. A little like in the case of Logos Rokos. So it is by the incessant repetition, and notes that Diogenes Laertius said, he repeatedly said, right, Rokos or Logos. So it is by an incessant repetition of these words that Diogenes arguably hoped to wake up his contemporaries and to turn them towards the use of the humor. And this goes along with enduring painful bites. Obviously, the bite is that of the dog, the cynic, except that this very special kind of dog wags his tail, that is, makes you laugh and feel comfortable, right? But bites you at the same time. So what does it mean to bite here? Well, certainly the joke should act as a kind of shock, first of all, intellectual. In the Olympic joke, I'm invited to understand that true beauty and true excellence is that of Diogenes in search for the good life, and not that of these athletes whose only aim is to have a beautiful body and to be the best at running or wrestling. Demetrius specifies that one laughs at Diogenes, who presents himself as the best and the most beautiful, right, like the athletes. And in the case of the Terrace or the wallet thing, we laughed at the parody of Homer and the two birds, but while laughing, the hearer or the reader, little by little, understands that she should laugh at herself. In the latter case, it is about one's own truthfulness or vanity. In the former case, it's about the fact that any common reader admires these athletes, right? These athletes in the Olympics that they're very much admired, and may also consider the beauty of his own body and his possible physical prowess to this century. So we have to laugh at those things, so to awaken us to the good life. So we have here something like the beginning of an answer to the question of why Diogenes seems to privilege humor in his philosophical teaching. So the reason is, well, laughter is fun. Everyone likes to laugh. And if it's true that a joke can also make people think, we can then be sure that the line or punchline will be effective, can be an effective tool in doing philosophy. But still, one may want to further ask, why awaken us to laughter all the while we are beaten? Why should Diogenes and the cynics also attack us, make us feel some acute pain and feel us uncomfortable all the while we are laughing? Something like that. So why wouldn't just a good laughter be enough to make us understand something? Of course, you could just answer this question from a purely historical perspective and say that aggressive laughter was the common practice in antiquity. But I think there is something much more philosophical to it. And from an history of philosophy perspective, I believe there is another crucial link to Socrates to be made. I already suggested that through his critique of Plato, Diogenes wants to return to what he considers to be a truly Socratic way of conducting philosophy, by discussing with the people on the streets patterns instead of spending his time in endless speculative theoretical discussions like in the academy. In brief, to return to the way Plato has himself described Socrates doing philosophy, especially in his work, The Apology of Socrates. So to return to Socrates behind Plato, something like that. So to get back to the first joke I reported, so the pun between logos and prokros, think or sing, we can't help thinking of Socrates' famous sentence in The Apology. A life without reflection is not worth living. Right? You have the word in Greek, yes, on my first page. So all the anaxetas of bios, biodosan. So it's okay, good. I just need 5 minutes. Thank you so much. So this catchword is so well known and therefore commonplace that we forget its violence. But it means either you think with the aim of improving yourself in order to live a happy life, or you can just as well die, since your life has zero value. This is what Diogenes also wants to make. Right? Either you use your logos, or you have nothing better to do than to hang yourself or to sink. There is no point in living if you do not live according to your reason. This joke must be seen, I suggest, as the rewriting of that famous sentence of the Apology. With a difference, however, and a big one perhaps, while Diogenes plays with words and wants to make us understand this by laughing, Socrates does not make puns both make us laugh, even though there is a little pun between bios and bios, but I think there are many other texts where you have the same kind of pun, so Socrates certainly didn't invent the pun, so it's not supposed to be a real pun. So Socrates does not use a pun, I think, but he's well aware, if you read the Apology, that he will know his audience, as he says several times in the Apology. But this is only one parallel. There are quite a few others. In Socrates' famous motto, the reflection or examination in question consists in the elenkos, so the refutation. Of course, there is no trace of elenkos in Diogenes' work or approach. And yet, one might wonder whether his method by laughter does not share one or other of its characteristics. First, there is a characterization of Socrates himself as a gadfly. Similarly to the gadfly, which bites horses, Socrates bites the ones who sleep, that is, the ones who think they know. But in this case, too, why biting? What interpreters or people get when talking about Olenkos is that its purpose is to awaken, yes, but to awaken by causing pain. And Socrates says, well, sorry, you don't have that on your handout either. So I think I forgot the most important things here. So he will not be, this is a quotation, ceasing to awaken, persuade, and shame. It is a matter of putting the interlocutor face to face with him or herself, of showing him or her that it is shameful to be concerned with his health or reputation rather than with her soul or moral condition. And in order to make him or her indeed ashamed, Socrates uses the elenkos, which makes him or her understand that what she thought she knew, she doesn't know. And that therefore she doesn't really care about her moral condition. At least if you assume that moral knowledge is central to one's moral condition. Finally, there is another element in this practice of elenkos, which is laughter, actually. As Socrates admits, attending an elenkos, so even if there is something humorous in an elenkos is still fun, at least for the audience. He says that explicitly in the Apology. And as we see in other texts, like the Ion or the Ilias Major, it makes the audience, I mean Plato's readers, laugh. Even in the Symposium, the Iotima is described as laughing, and making fun of Socrates, who gets tangular in his contradictions. So it seems to me that we find mutatis mutandis elements in Diogenes' practice. So first of all, the metaphor of the bite, which is central in the text of Democritus. Secondly, shame and laughter. In the practice of elenkos, they are linked. So the laughter is that of the audience, not of the one being refuted, and it is a quite aggressive laughter, which provokes the shame of the one being refuted. And this is, of course, the reason why Socrates admits that he has made many enemies. The laughter that Diogenes provokes is different by his means, but not very different when it comes to its end. It's a laughter that is provoked by verbal humor, not by mocking someone, all right, but the end is the same, to make us aware that we are not using our intelligence as we should, and that we are putting our priorities in the wrong lines. And so here too, one main idea is to make the butt of the joke feel shame. So yes, cynic humor is both amusing and tough. It aims to awaken you to reasoning and also to put the shame on you if you still go to the theater to get some philosophical lessons. Like Socrates, Diogenes wanted to wake up everyone in Athens, and in Corinth, well, he apparently spent his 8 years, and like Socrates, he wanted to put reason at the core of our search for happiness. And like Socrates, even though with different means, he considered humor and craft to be an essential part. So a life without constant examination is not worth living, Socrates said. Diogenes followed suit. A life without some good stuff jokes every day and night is not worth living. So think or sing. Thank you very much.
About 15, 20 minutes for discussion. You want to have a question? It's more of a comment, but I wanted to thank you first for the very, very interesting paper. It makes sense of an argument in Roman comedy, which is something that I talk too much about. But in Roman comedy, there's the figure of the parasitus, who is almost a stand-up comedian. And he delivers jokes in monologues to the audience. And there is a monograph came out and traced the figure to the Cynic philosophers.
No.
But with no good reason why it should be Cynic philosophers, other than the character is supposed to be poor.
Yeah.
And carries the pera and all this sort of thing. And so the old idea is simply that you have this impoverished character who tells jokes to earn free food, which is sort of like the Cynics. But if the Cynics told jokes routinely, as you say, that fits even better.
Yes.
It's a very, very good argument.
Oh, yes. Okay, good. So please send me the reference.
I will do that.
Yes, I will certainly read it. Yes. Since I love Roman comedy.
I will do this.
Oh, thank you very much, Pierre. I think it's just great. So I was wondering if you would agree with this sort of theories of, you're familiar with this superiority theory of laughter. It is usually said that it makes people, to make the other one ashamed, right? But in this case, I think that the result would be a positive one because the idea is to educate, but it is like a sort of education through a negative way, like this sort you were describing as aggressive. But would you say that it could be more or less the superiority theory and but with a good result, not making the other one being ashamed, but or maybe through shame, correcting himself. So this is an education. I don't know.
Yes, well, I must say, my dear friend, that I don't like this thing about superiority. I think it's because you have that in Hobbes, and of course Hobbes was a commentator of Aristotle's rhetoric, and because Aristotle says that the sense of superiority, especially when it comes to the young people, that gives them pleasure. But Aristotle never says that they laugh. When Aristotle never makes the close link between the sense of superiority, which is enjoyable indeed, and laughter. But because of all that, so people have tried to say that, well, actually Hobbes is just reiterating something that we find regularly in Aristotle and even in Plato, in the Philetus passage, in the passages. But I very much doubt that. First of all, because, well, there is no trace of that, explicit trace of that in the Antiquity. But also then superiority would be very strange here, I would say. I mean, if Diogenes really felt superior to the other people, or Socrates felt really superior to the other people, that wouldn't work very well. When certainly Socrates was sometimes accused of feeling superior, not superior perhaps, but condescending or it could be yes, like that. But you have lots of passages where Plato tries to avoid that impression and says, no, that's a wrong impression. So, but anyhow, I think so in Hobbes there is, I think the theory in Hobbes is completely different. So he really makes a close link between superiority and laughter. And of course, for Hobbes, that's something very pejorative because most of the people actually forget to say that for Hobbes, it's a bad thing, this sense of superiority, right? It goes very much against Christianity, so it's Christian faith, right? But that's very weird because most people think, well, Hobbes is the inventor of superiority, so, and he thought that was really good for the good explanation of humor, but of course not. For Hobbes, it was terrible. So yes, well, I'm not sure whether I was clear enough. No, I really try to avoid the word superiority and stuff like that. Especially since I was sort of much well aware that we can enjoy a joy for superiority, but it never makes anything between that and laughing.
But I was thinking more in the cynics and with their idea of parousia and this freedom of speaking when you can insult freely and you don't care. So maybe that could, I thought it could be linked somehow to the.
But just put yourself in the shoes of a cynic. So, and try to be enthusiastic, so to be good Pharisees, right? So just make a good, nasty joke against some of your colleagues, for example, right? And do you really feel this feeling of superiority? I doubt that very much.
But those who laugh, laugh.
Huh?
He doesn't laugh as he knows jokes, but those who laugh of the one who is refuted.
Yeah.
Is superior.
No,
they think they won't be refuted.
That's. Do you think that because someone is ashamed by a joke, well,
No.
Then you feel superior to that person who feels ashamed?
Yeah, because if you want to educate and you want to show them that they are wrong, and since you are right,
No,
in
not
that sense,
necessarily.
you are
This is the
maybe
one you-
superior.
No, not necessarily.
Yeah.
Socrates never says, I'm right, you're wrong, I'm superior to you. Never. You don't have that. And in the cynics, you don't have that either. But all right, but yes, I do understand. Well, actually, in the antiquity, you already had some sort of criticism against Socrates and the cynics, saying that those people, they really feel superior. And yes, all right. Yes.
Thank you.
Well, okay, well, that's a tough question. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, María-Elena.
I mean, I would continue that point with reference to all of these anecdotes about Diogenes showing up and turning the tables on people that are supposedly superior to him, like Alexander the Great, or Plato, and so on, where they're put in their place and made to look foolish. And I just wanted to give a tiny suggestion on the Crates thing, but in the Demetrius, there's no context of it. But I was thinking that this idea of there's a wallet, a purse or whatever, in the middle of an ocean of luxury, Ducloy, would be a reference to this anecdote in Diogenes Laertius, according to which Crates took all of his money and threw it in the ocean.
Yes,
And
right.
then this would be just a report of what he said after that.
Well, that's a very interesting suggestion, but I'm sorry, I won't go for that because tuphos never means luxury. Tuphos just means vanity. So, yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Maybe conjecture.
No. No.
But then I don't get it as a joke at all. Purse in the middle of vanity.
Oh, well, because purse or cynic purse, which means actually something like the cynic means, cynic philosophical means that are represented metaphorically by the purse, are the only thing that can serve you to get out of your ocean of vanity, something like that.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks. So I really like the idea that as cynicism is a shortcut to happiness, the joke is a lengthy dialectic shortcut in a way, because you don't have to speak 10 minutes with a guy in just one line and it's perfect. And the end related to Socrates. The means, the joke itself, the play on word. Where does it come from? Do you relate it? I mean, the rope logos thing is is attributed to Antisthenes.
Yes, I know. Yes, yeah.
And it may be related to
Heraclitus, I know you were jokes on Heraclitus.
Mhm.
So the means of the joke in the cynicism, the comparison, you almost insult sometimes, to be honest.
Mhm.
Doesn't seem, oh, it comes from another Socrates, not Plato's one. You link it to the previous tradition of making fun of people.
Well, I think it's a very old story, which begins with Heraclitus, certainly.
Yeah.
And with the very beginning of the comedy. And I mean, you have plenty of such puns and similar jokes in Aristophanes, but of course, Aristophanes is not the inventor of all these, well, of course, invented the jokes, all right. But I mean, the jokes as a means, well, of course, that goes very back to the beginning of the Greek culture. I don't know. Yeah.
But it doesn't seem to be in Plato.
Sorry?
It doesn't seem, it's not so much in Plato. There are two.
Oh, yes, of course,
Plato.
plenty of them in Plato. Just
Not as insulting as in the city.
No, but Plato is not as insulting as other guys, that's right. But no, yes, that's certainly true. But still, you have quite a few tough things in Plato. I mean, when he mocks the sophists, for example, he's not very kind. I mean, in the Protagoras, since you talked about that at the beginning of the Protagoras, it's a kind of parody of Aristophanes, I think. Well, and I think so he really makes fun of Protagoras and all the rest of them. Like the guy, so that's Hippias, I think, who is on a throne and speaking like a kind of mantis, right? A kind of, how do you say mantis in English?
Yeah, seer.
Seer, yes, seer, yeah. I mean, it's a quite tough joke. Of course, it's not nonsense, almost so. I mean, treating Hippias as if he were a kind of mad mantis, I mean, that's not very nice. I would not be very pleased to be treated like that.
No, you're right. There are others now, I think.
Yeah.
Socrates.
No, but certainly Plato is more refined. I mean, Plato is an aristocrat.
I'm really thinking Antisthenes because it's more aggressive.
Yeah,
Turning people
that's-
to animals,
very
insulting Plato.
Yeah, sure. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Yeah. So, yes, Plato is a different kind of guy, I suppose, and he writes kind of beautiful Greek stuff, so he tries to avoid vulgar terms, even though there are some passages that are quite vulgar. Yes, I have an article on one passage of the Gorgias, I will send it to you.
Okay.
But I won't tell you the joke because it's quite nasty.
I'm working on Heraclitus, so I was wondering if you make a direct link between Heraclitus and
Sorry, I can't hear you.
I know you worked a lot on jokes in Heraclitus,
Yeah.
and I was wondering if you made a direct link or Antisthenes between Heraclitus and cynicism. That's all. It is a fact.
Well, no,
We cannot know, of course.
yes, no, to certainly not directing that. Well, although, Heraclitus has, of course, aphorism, and Diogenes too, so he may be emulating Heraclitus from some way or another, but there is no text that goes that direction, I think. Much.
Wrap it up here. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Right?
I think we have one more.
Didn't have breakfast. So that's start off. Yeah, exactly. It's you now.
No, it's a third.
Yeah. In comparison to that place, which is quite warm.
After it, don't worry.
I'm
Lunch is
worried about this.
Makes it harder.
No.
now, after eating lunch, and then
Yes, I just have the fresh air here, so yeah.
but afterwards, you have 1 hour and then it's more.
Michael Chip.
Yeah, exactly.
There's something playing for.
We will formal talk and we can work around a bit.
Bon, j'ai dit, vous voulez que je demande qu'on change de programme ou vous osez faire vous-même? Moi, je peux. Et après,
Enfin, la suggestion, je vais switcher avec Edouard Boucher. Et je sais pas.
And the title is Pirates Will Have Cause to Travel, Laughter and the Assumed Premise of Women Humor. So the floor is
Thank you. Good afternoon to everybody. We are going to present David, who is in Spain right now. Me, so David, could you please speak?
Yes. Is this working? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, yeah.
Well, thank you. Well, first of all, let me thank Professor López-Farjeat and Professor María-Elena García and the organizers for letting us present this paper. I must ask for your apologies. I would like to be there, of course, but well, hopefully this will work. So I'll be presenting the first two sections of our paper. The first one is a rather broad journey up until the 18th century on the idea of women humor as a social practice and how it is prohibited, how it has been prohibited throughout history. And then the second section will deal with our main thesis, which is what we call the assumed premise. So, well, let me begin. I'll read. Humor is one of those phenomena that seem simple enough as are many features of human lives until we start asking questions in which its implications for, e.g., physiology, rationality, and even social order come to the fore. Underlying several provisions against female laughter and humor is the idea that women are not rational enough, either because their intellect is not up to par with men, or because they are notably subject, to animal passions. To this extent, women were supposed to be incapable of understanding true humor or of truly laughing. Female laughter was then assumed to be a mere natural reaction, and they were educated to avoid jest, especially in public. One second. We will call this the assumed premise throughout, meaning AP prohibitions against women's laughter imply their suboptimal rationality. In this paper, we aim to explore this premise, one that was not usually presented as such, but rather implied along the presentation of women education in proper femininity as a positive image against the lewdness of female naturalistic and boorish humor as the negative reinforcement. By the 18th century, these views started shattered decisively as women joined the ranks of people of letters and began to participate gradually and more fully in the activities of the mind and spirit, while slowly gaining public recognition. Let me move this to the third page. Oh, there. The recognition of female humor was also painfully challenged as it was seen as dangerous expression of sexually subversive behavior, contrary to the ideal of the modest woman, so effectively that by the end of the 19th century, a common refrain held that women had no sense of humor at all. Thus, a writer for the Saturday Review begins his article on feminine humor with a received witticism. The humor of women, it is said, resembles the snakes in Iceland. In other words, it does not exist. Our aim here is to show that this prohibition to laugh is many times a consequence of regarding women as second-rate rational beings or not rational enough. Female humor was found not really funny and prohibited as uncouth behavior. But as Shakespeare and Shaftesbury suggest, wit and humor seek out ways of escaping from confinement, of breaking down barriers, and of turning the tables on those who attempt to suppress them. Thus, when we find prohibitions against women's wit and humor cropping up in 18th century writings, we should pay attention to the boundaries being put in place and ask whether closed door, shut casement, and stopped keyholes were able to contain women's laughing spirits. A broad view of the long 18th century may show that laughter was not only denied to women by reason of enforcing moral education, but in lieu of the underlying premise that women were rationally incapable of equaling men's understanding. If they weren't rational enough, how could they hope to realize the irony of the world and laugh? Only two kinds of laughter remained open for them. First, a common, non-resolutive, simple, situational laugh. We laugh at happenstances, against what is obviously wrong, laughingly so. The other way is the impolite or lewd laughter of uneducated women. At any rate, the ability to laugh at the irony of the world and of wrongness that is also a certain rightness was simply thought as, in general, inaccessible to them. Can I change the? Oh, thanks. So, section 1, laughing as a cultural practice. Even mild activities, such as meeting a stranger during an evening stroll, imply a whole set of rules and practices that reveal a person's social status, and thus a view into their interior dispositions. Ridiculous antics and hilarious reactions must be politely refrained until one is in the presence of friendly, familiar company. The reason is not just good manners or a comfortable environment, but rather a great distinction between those in the know and those who may as well be half-wits. In a familiar setting with friends, I can easily show my culture, morals, and rational acumen to the very limits, even if not everyone around me will understand, even if servants or family members struggle to ascertain the meaning of my words. But at least they know that my standards are at play. It is different with strangers as it is with children. I should not like to offend their innocence, that is to say, their incapacity to understand. Following Pierre Bourdieu, Davidson employs the idea of habitus as enabling the appropriate knowledge of social practices. A habit, in this context, may be taken as the corresponding to an ethos, from whence both self-character is built upon and which itself grows to detect, engage, and nurture appropriate social practices. Tracking the cultural aspects of the AP would be quite the task. Our argument here will try to focus more on the rationalizations behind the social practices, in order to show how certain discriminatory practices were commonly held on disputable arguments intended to naturalize what is in the end a social-cultural construction. The starting point is this: while decorum is a means to present oneself as a wholly rational, reasonable person, the opposite always operates. Vulgar and rude persons are incapable of controlling themselves. From them, laughter erupts violently and randomly. But at this point, male and female separate spheres were taken to be distinct, opening the way for a warning against the impolite qualities of laughing women. Once laughter constituted an identifiable threat to the social order, female laughter came to be seen as a menace to society's very foundations. Forbidding women to laugh was prima facie a way of educating women to assume an adequate social role, so that institutions were not eroded with sarcasm. In the case of men, body libertinism was not always taken to be the equivalent of a lack of civility. Excuse me. While the latter, the lack of civility, is not rational per se, the former is strategic, an attempt to liberate oneself from public mores, but not, however it may seem true, indolent behavior, by abandoning them, but by ascending and declaring them artificial, as a sort of noble lie. The whole of the social world may be a construct, but one that should be kept. We can mock the structure, but only after we understand it. In a way, feminism has extended this awareness. If women are incapable of doing so, their humor would, by definition, be socially dangerous. Can I change? Thanks. Laughter was as versatile as social interaction itself. As Samuel Johnson said, you may laugh in as many ways as you talk. Laughter and humor were flexible when navigating social situations and individuals adapted to different circumstances. The confusion between vulgar and refined humor can thus be easily hidden and played upon, just as vulgar hilarity hints at an unruly character, a surrender to brutish dispositions. So its counterpart, witty scorn, is nothing alike. The first one is completely animalistic, uncontrollable, and the second is a form of high rationality. A mark of pride itself would be the ability to scorn someone while they remained unaware, even as one's audience silently but noticeably derided them. Hutcheson judgingly compares laughter to a knife, saying only in a wise man's hands is it safe. Can I change the next one? As Davidson quotes, Hobbes criticized all-out laughter as boorish, yet still considers wit an intellectual virtue. Hobbes describes two components of wit: good fancy, which has to do with mental agility, and discretion, which is dependent on judgment and distinction. If a gentleman possesses discretion, he may give himself into the opportune fancy and mock and scorn hilariously. In this way, hilarity is now not constrained to polite environments, but to rational ones. All-out laughter is prohibited in open social gatherings, but not in private ones. Conversely, savage critique and scorn may be permitted to allow for the shining of true wit with occasion. This, however, would surely raise an eyebrow when a woman participates in this practice. This distinction may have a similitude to an ancient Roman one, which is the difference between humor and jesting, cavillatio and quippe, and similar distinctions appealing to tact, wit, education, as differing from boorish or buffoonish humor can be found in Aristotle, Plutarch, and others. Hobbes clearly shows that even while laughter has a physical manifestation, it can serve as an overlay that connects with deep human passions and characters, which is why he can paint certain features of laughter as genderized. But Hobbes' definition of laughter as superiority disturbed many 18th century writers, so that even Xavier recommended that the enjoyment of laughter be tempered, encouraging gentlemen to laugh within their own groups and to refrain from laughing at others. The last decade of the 18th century saw the emergence of the first group of professional women writers, playwrights, conscious of themselves as an intellectual group and of their precarious roles in the theatrical world of late 17th and early 18th century. This was immediately contested by the appearance of the anonymous tract, The Female Wits, a very clear and express articulation of the AP. Its purpose, beyond its stated explicit purpose of directly criticizing de la Rivière Manley, seems to be the silencing of all female authors, to suggest that literary criticism, literary creativity itself is alien to women. Quite a pugnacious demand from an otherwise immaterial work. But the point is that female writing itself is seen as rebellious, and hence women writers were not only criticized, but frequently downplayed. Now, what is interesting here is that this tragedy is itself a parody. It aims to laugh at those women playwrights, at their use of language and literary devices, at their appalling lack of creativity and formulaic work. The author also links the literary incapacity of Manley to her social bad form. The success of The Female Wits lies in its way of presenting female authorship as an oxymoron, not in the play's artistic merit, but in the ideological precision of its satire. It exploits the woman artist's basic fear that her creativity will isolate and destroy her. By relegating her to a kind of metaphorical cave, she becomes her only audience. It silences her, turning her effort into a narcissistic echo of those of her male counterparts. The idealized view of women in the 18th century represents a formal construction of what women ought to be, so that their crudeness could be repressed by the aspiration towards a purified form of modesty. Rules of decorum attempted to set a limit to laughter, particularly the laughter of women with a suspiciously sexual aura. A smile, the reaction to a limerick, innuendo, they may all serve as an index into a woman's morality, to signify reflection, self-consciousness, modesty, or their opposite. If women were thought as not being humorous, we should think of this understanding as reflecting not the reality of women, but that of the idealized lady. The laughter of women was thus prohibited in a threefold way. Manifestly and firstly, it had to do with decorum and social mores. Secondly, it was intended as a form of patriarchal authority, and thus laughter unveils, in Wiltenberg's words, gendered social dynamics. Controlling laughter is not just about preserving civilized manners, but also about political control, but only indirectly, as we are left with few documents intending to suppress transgressive laughter and personal accounts revealing these norms. Thirdly, this is our suggestion, behind all these reasons is the AP. Women are not really capable of understanding the world. Their subversive understanding of laughter can only be explained either as unmeditated behavior or at worst, as an anarchic take on the status quo. Only those who fully partake in rational constructions of the universe are able to assess its ironic faults and laugh thereof. Wiltenberg associates Louise Vives' instruction of a Christian woman's precepts, which claim that uncontrolled laughter causes the ignorant, the peasants, children, and women to lose self-control, as a sign of a very light and dissolute mind, with elite ideals of masculinity. We believe there is a broader perspective at play, not elite ideals of masculinity, but archetype ideals of rationality. Women do not laugh, they giggle. Vives is an interesting figure. Gloria Kaufman claims he is not anti-feminist, but rather ambivalent. While he advocates for the universal education of women, he also does not permit a woman to teach or to have authority over her husband, but to remain silent, since woman is a weak creature and of uncertain judgment and is easily deceived, as Eve, the first parent of mankind, demonstrated, whom the devil deluded with such a slight pretext. He claims women are rationally as capable as men, and still holds that it is best that she stays at home and be unknown to others. In company, it is befitting that she be retiring and silent, with her eyes cast down, so that some perhaps may see her, but none will hear her, as it is a sign of imperfect chastity and of uncertain reputation to be known by a great number of people. Vives sees laughter as a sign of coquetry, as when one sees damsels sitting together, and if anyone looks at them, they all break out into laughter, pretending that they are laughing at some witticism or action that is not at all funny, since each of them is convinced that she is the object of looks of admiration for her extraordinary and marvelous beauty, and in doing so clearly gives clear proof of her shallowness and folly. Laughter in this regard is the surest index of a light and frivolous mind. Somberly, he notes that Plutarch reports that Postumia, the priestess of Vesta, was accused of incest solely because of her unrestrained laughter and her too free discussions with men. She was acquitted by the Pontifex Maximus Spurius Minucius with the warning that she should not engage in conversations that were unbecoming to a blameless life. As laughter is associated with bodily manifestations, it is correspondingly understood to be a descent into our animalistic nature. By contrast, wit was seen as a product and sign of the intellect, distinct from the bodily response of laughter. Conversely, laughing at the wrong things or in excess would expose one's inferior knowledge. Women could also be admired for their wit, at least to some extent, especially in private, but mainly to entertain their husbands. One could say that women participated in witty exchanges as one can admire someone educated in a particular talent, but in excess, ridicule could curb the abundance of wit, thus punishing the social infractions of women. As women are not really funny, it is understandable that marrying a witty lady could only be seen as a tragedy. Domestic happiness requires a woman that participates in wit but does not abuse it, so as to not confuse it with vain or hurtful sarcasm. The way to save true laughter from its naturalistic double became a distinction between true laughter and false humor as a sham. Addison traces the feminine lineage of false humor. It's an impostor descended from falsehood, the mother of nonsense, and in the end, producing folly. As the virtuous family of truth, good sense, and wit oppose false humor, Addison places the blame for false humor on women's appropriation of a masculine mode of behavior. His ideal humorist is a sensitive man, not a woman. In this sense, wit and good sense are rational humor. Wit and good sense are rational humor, while female laughter is born out of passions and is, in the end, nonsense. Women are to be subservient and obedient. Humor and laughter is denied by reason of their inability to express true wit. In other terms, the social role of women is a response to their second-tier rationality, which justifies their social demotion to protect a rationally construed social order. Only scorn is saved as a form of wit, even if it seems to break with the joyful merriness of the Geloion and the peaceful cheerfulness of Democritus, the laughing philosopher, of whom we have heard already. So let me just skip this paragraph and move on to section 2, the rationalization of the AP. As some have argued, the dismissal of women rationality as second rate goes back to the idealized view of wisdom as an all-demanding endeavor, leaving little, if any, place for any other commitment. From the pinnacle of wisdom, civic demands are to be pursued only so far as they allow us to aspire to the contemplative life. This two-pronged division of the best life can be traced back to Aristotle's ethics, the bios politikos versus the bios theoretikos, and makes its way all through ancient and Greek philosophy, and is deeply embedded in medieval thinking, if we are to paint a broad and crude generalization, hence constituting what may be called the AP. The assumed premise refers to a broader audience than just women, even if its treatment has been especially misogynistic as principally affecting them. At any rate, AP can be stated in quite simple terms. Some human beings are insufficiently rational. We continuously come back to Aristotle here, not because he created the premise, but rather because he argued rigorously that children, women, and natural slaves are, according to him, insufficiently rational. His argument can be presented in this fashion. True rationality allows for true action, praxis, and children, women, and natural slaves are incapable of true praxis. We can certainly, simply gracia, hold Alcibiades in contempt for his ever-changing allegiances, just as we could be dismayed by fans who abandoned their sports team in moments of distress. But we would just as certainly think no ill of a child who changed what his favorite team is, just as we realize it is perfectly normal for him to choose an ice cream flavor and change his mind immediately after we order it. This is, alas, to be expected from children. Should we expect it from slaves and women too? It could only be the case if they were incapable of true action, that is to say, of self-determining themselves. This makes all these people not fully responsible for what they do, which Aristotle suggests is grounds enough to be marked for subjection. For sure, women and children participate in rationality, even if not completely. They share it, but they do not possess it. Thus, they are capable of grasping rational arguments and following argumentations, even if they cannot formulate their own goals and ends. It is in their best interest, then, to offload their practical reasoning onto one who can actually guide them into what to do. While this is a natural occurrence that we all partake in when we ask for advice in specific situations, what makes praxis impossible would be a natural condition which render us unfit in general to argue, so that it would seem that they have no deliberate faculty at all. Hence, while I may struggle to determine a particular moral course of action in this or that case, Aristotle believes a child, while reasonably capable of determining what to paint or what to play, is otherwise incapable of assuming lifelong goals for himself. That is, he is incapable of prohairesis. Presumptively, in this view, this would be the same case for women and slaves, slavery being an institution supported by this natural order of things. Of course, being incapable of praxis is not the same in all cases. Children, presumptively, will acquire it in time, while women participate in rationality in a much more fuller way. Thus, Aristotle claims that the master-slave relation is completely different from the one of husband and wife, which is also unlike that of parents and children or rulers and citizens. The husband should still command the wife, but freely as he does his children. The former as a citizen, the latter monarchically. The wife assists the husband in his deliberations, while he remains the ultimate authority. Scholastic philosophers had a good understanding of the physiological mechanisms involved in laughter. Suarez, for example, describes it as a vibration of the thoracic diaphragm and the motions of the mouth and tongue. But he also claims laughter is voluntary, as it involves both a response from the appetite and a rational response, a sort of intellectual pleasure. The object of such an act must be joyous, and the response sudden and unexpected, furtive, repentine. And here he puts forth the justification of what we have called the AP. First of all, according to Suarez, laughter is free and dependent on the will, but it is an imperfect form of control, as the will needs the input of the intellect. On the other hand, it cannot stop the sense appetitive response. The appetite can only respond to the will through what he calls a political form of dominance, namely through persuasion of the intellect. The upside is that the inability to stop laughter must either involve an imperfect will, not capable of assuming control of one's appetites, or an imperfect intellect, not capable of providing a suitable response to what that would persuade the appetites to stop or distract ourselves. So while Suarez makes no explicit claim that women are in any way inferior, it is perhaps not surprising to see many philosophers assume that women are imperfect in these various ways, as they are subjected to their passions and their intellects are not as sharp as men's. Just as we can stop some of our natural actions, like sneezing or dozing, or at least attempt to, a strong will and a strong intellect are necessary conditions to control our laughter. The AP simply implies that women cannot do that. The enlightening did not bring much more nuance to the station of women. Rousseau claimed that women were dependent on the judgment of men and should get used to follow the will of others, while clearing up that they would never be capable of works of science or genius. Women, of course, responded, and we can gauge the state of the feminist reprisal by the ease and the various means with which female polemicists some adopt laughter to combat male hegemony, from Judith Drake to Mary Wollstonecraft. In a vindication of the rights of woman, Wollstonecraft effectively overturns the strategy by mocking these prejudices out of existence. Her judgment is as harsh as the satire is unjust. To laugh at them, then, or satirize the follies of a being who is never allowed to act freely from the light of her own reason is as absurd as cruel. As Wollstonecraft cleverly points out, then the problem is not that women cannot laugh, they avoid it, especially in public. And the issue here is education and customs. In that respect, Mary Estelle's views are invaluable. She is in this regard quite interesting in the history of feminism because while her separatist solution and stated belief in the necessity of male domination in society would not appeal to the late 20th century feminist, nonetheless, with her faith in women's equal rational capacities and her attacks on the system of keeping women in ignorance, Estelle set the tone for subsequent discussions about women. We will now turn to Estelle's evaluation of female education. And the point here is to show that the way in which she can signal the radical issue at hand. Humor is a matter of intelligence. And if a society's customs are against female education and more interested in subjugating and setting them aside from social agency, their true wit must necessarily seem dull.
Okay, now.
Well, actually,
Yes, it's
our
Yeah, okay.
according to the schedule, we only have business level.
Okay, I have like
Yeah.
15
We could extend.
The last part of the paper is about Mary Astell and her position about the Black woman and the rationality. So I will skip as many as I can.
Yeah, of course.
Sorry about that.
Otherwise, it's
As Carus appears, the sense of fun stems from a discrepancy in the world. He quotes Jean-Paul Richter in this vein. And I quote, laughing arises from a suddenly conceived incongruence between some real object and its idea. And that is nothing but the expression of this incongruence. End of quote. The AP, then, may be expressed in this fashion. Only the rational man, with an understanding of the world and the ability to reason and reaffirm the place of all things, may at once grasp the incongruence and find the true hilarity of the disorder of things. Hilarity is then assumed to be the province of rationality. In turn, this means that a lack of understanding implies a lack of authentic humor. Around 1905, Sigmund Freud would write extensively on the topic of jokes and humor, essentially untangling the social practices behind this idea. He believed that humor arises from the release of energy associated with repressed impulses, particularly aggressive or sexual, which can be safely expressed through humor. But he also argued that jokes can imply an intellectual activity. In fact, he asserted that humor has a liberating quality, but also possesses grandiose and pathetic traits that are not found in other intellectual activities. Jokes pursue the secondary purpose of promoting what is thought, safeguarding it against critical judgment, no matter what thought is. Humor, in this Freudian point of view, is not restrained, but rather oppositional. That's why not all men are capable of this humorous attitude toward life. It is a precious and rare gift, says Freud. What's interesting about Freud's own position, which is not feminist at all, is that he makes clear that AP is, at the very least, debatable. He argues that this intellectual mutilation of women is of a secondary or social nature. That is to say that education denies them the opportunity, the woman, the opportunity to intellectually engage with sexual problems, for which, however, they have a congenital appetite for knowledge. They are terrorized, continues Freud, by the condemning judgment that such an appetite for knowledge would be unworthy of a woman and a sign of sinful disposition. And this has terrible consequences for their lives, as it dissuades them from thinking in general and devalues their knowledge. Thus, Freud argues that it is culture, not nature, that prohibits women from thinking and consequently from really laughing. Mary Astell's writings provide a unique perspective on the situation of women in her time, And certainly her ideas preceded those of many others influential authors, such as Freud. By examining Astor's works, we can gain insight into the limitations that women face in terms of education, societal expectations, and opportunities for personal and intellectual growth. Furthermore, Astor's emphasis on the importance of education and reason as a means of empowering women highlights the potential for social and cultural change to address these limitations. Astor's works is a powerful denouncement for the educational situation of women and their capacity for flourishment if it were really addressed. In that sense, the text is a marvelous defense of female rationality. A point of interest we wish to highlight is how Astor's Some Reflections upon Marriage stems the issue on a complex and rich anthropological view. From this angle, she realizes that humor and wit are just manifestations of internal dispositions and should be treated from within these dispositions. She always makes clear that she is not only looking to the exterior problems of expression and wit, but also into, so I quote, what is more valuable and lasting, solid sense and real virtue. I will skip more things. I think the main idea is already said. The problem of women in Mary Astor's work is not their nature, but is not in their nature, but in custom and education. That is, in the lack of nurture given to their natural faculties. The real possibility for change comes through a voluntary change in customs, by habituating our will to do away with wrong ways of thinking, with confused ideas, and take charge of ourselves by reasoning and principles. Women can partake in a reform educational ideal and prove their worth even against the inertia of their time. Astor has a singular optimism in the recognition of female rationality, which, in our view, informs her proposals with a more solid reach than if she were just writing a book of social etiquette. If her view is philosophical, we believe it is because her writings imply a concept of rationality which informs her social critique. She is not only an astute reader of Descartes, but a sharp mind that can turn Cartesian moral philosophy into a program worthy for social reform. And more. Okay. Astor's reflections and proposals should be understood as a whole educational and anthropological program, and not just some sort of social critique of her time's customs. It is only through education that women may laugh back at the unjust institutions and customs that deny their agency and fully rational participation in society. Laughing, women feminists thus become critical. This is a quote. By inciting critical laughter at assumptions about female limitations and male superiority, feminist writers both expose the frame that defines the status quo and indicate that it can be changed. The history of laughter becomes then a certain index in the history of rationality. Tyrants, the quote of Wollstonecraft, tyrants would have caused a trouble if reason were to become the rule of duty in any of their relations of life, for the light might spread till perfect day appeared. And when it did appear, how men would smile at the sight of the bugbears at which they started during the night of ignorance, or the twilight of timid inquiry. Thank you for your attention. Sorry.
All right, are there any questions? One.
Thank you very much for your discussion. I really enjoyed it. I don't have a doubt about laughter, but more towards nowadays.
If you think that we have really made progress about women's laughter, or if you think that we are like in kind of in the same problem, but in the opposite side, like being having a certain social force, laughing always at lame jokes and thinking, and that if you don't laugh, then either you are not intelligent enough to understand it, or either you are like this grumpy angry woman and other problems. So if you think that we have really made some progress, or do you think that we are just at a different phase of the problem of women and something?
Yes, I think that maybe today we are more conscious about the political fact of laughing. So in many of the feminist movements, as I said at the end of the text, laughing is a way of critical thought, you know. So I think we are not in the same place, as now we can use it to denounce and to make changes. Not all laughter is critical laughter. Maybe is that political that now we are stopping laughing about things like more simple things. But I don't think we are in it.
Question. It's more a comment more than a question. That maybe it's interesting how the Christian tradition may be seen as a factor that moderates all these negative views and human laughter, because all these accounts of women like being easy laugh, or it's all I think it's important in the digestum, in the Roman law, which women, for instance, could not be trusted because they are always, or they could not even give testimony in a trial because they are easy laughing. And in a position in Christian tradition, there is some positive account of laughter in the view of Mary, or even the female figures such as Sara. And it appears, for instance, in Suarez. There's a famous passage in which he argues that at least Eve was deluded by the devil, but whilst Adam was deluded by a female, right? Like trying to put forward that Adam was like a little bit dumber, more dumb than Eve. So maybe it's like what I'm trying to look for is that there's also an account of tradition, a positive view of human laughter, mainly in the theological Christian perspective. I think that may include some inputs of why human laughter was eventually not so well, turn into something not that balanced, so to speak. Just put it in. So it's more a comment like trying to stress out how, alongside this negative account of human laughter, women's laughter, there's also a positive theological account of human smile and laughter. And there's also all these works of Gilbert about the types of laughter and the expected behavior that is from women, and it's like, well, smiling is tolerated, laughing is not, and all that. So it was just
Yes,
theological input that may shade a more positive view of laughter and women's laughter.
Yes, thank you. I don't know if David wants to say something about that. We were
Oh, yeah, there's, sure, please go ahead.
No, I just want to say that we were trying just to put the cultural factor behind these ideas, no? But yes.
No, thank you.
David?
Yeah, no, I think it's interesting. There's a lot in patristic morals about comments about laughter and limiting laughter that I think played a huge role in the reception of a somewhat Platonist vein of limiting, of positing social limits on laughter, and I think that was later adopted into Christian ethics. But I mean, my colleague is right. We were trying to emphasize the negative aspect of it, and I think we should mention that too. Yes, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Perhaps one more question if there is any. Yes, one please.
Could you say a little bit more about how the Hobbes superiority thesis relates to this? There was some point where you changed over to the incongruence thesis, but I was thinking that the Hobbes' idea of superiority works well with the idea of female inferiority, and that's why they're not capable of humor or something like that. Yes. And does Estelle, I wish I could have, I'd love to see the part on Estelle. She's always neglected and included because of time constraints here, but does she engage Hobbes in this superiority view directly, or just assume that Crohn's view, or?
I don't know if she talks specifically about Trump. I don't know. But yes, it was an argument of the rationality of the AP. And then with Astor, we are trying to say behind that is the cultural factor, as Astor says. But I don't know, David, did you find something
Yeah,
about?
no, we didn't find a direct reference to Hobbes, and I mean, you're right that we were moving very quickly among very different authors. Perhaps that's unfair to them, but what we found interesting in Hobbes is how he connects the corporeal explanation for laughing mechanisms to the rational part. So I was just trying to anchor like the social views of rationality on supposedly natural disposition of the female way of being. But I haven't, as Tell's book, I haven't found a reference to Hobbes in this works, in the proposal that we read. No.
All right, well, thanks again for the
Okay.
Thank you.
We will now have a lunch pause. And we I think it's straighter. Second, and that's how the train strike has gone.
Yes.
And at the end, and even animals issue in the.
Yes. Yes. Animals, yes.
And then the free to eat. Oh, that's in the shops. Food sellers in the street on Santiago.
So it really was a
So I think-
democratic.
Exactly, so I think it's making an addition to that, and it's not only a ridiculous exaggeration, it's actually thinking of committing. And what is it? Plutarch, in aliens, podcast, of course, and it's traced by the sources are mentioned, that they have different, because they add details on the location and stuff.
Where I need to see that piece, where.
Different French. But I can barely see it.
Yeah. And, or is it on your?
I was actually thinking to.
Yes, that's hilarious. That's really hilarious.
It's just quoting text and just saying you could probably, it may mean that. Yeah.
And people are starting to use an argument like that, like for example, in gay marriage debates in the US, they were saying, oh, so now people start marrying animals now.
One country actually did it. That gets reason for guys.
Now, is the piece on your, do you put your stuff up on bill papers? Bill papers.
Okay, so
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
So, geometry of the person. Yeah.
And also found it.
Okay.
So we have María-Elena García-Peláez, Sara García-Peláez. Yes, they are sisters. Well known to all of us. So thank you very much, both of you, very safe. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. So just a quick clarification. So this idea, we came up with this idea together and talked together a lot, Sara and myself. But well, for some health issues and other reasons, I did this first part of the work, and the idea is to continue working for the final written version. But well, still the mistakes here remain fine. And the good ideas are always sides. So I will begin. So ancient Greek and Roman cultures can still amuse us. When it comes to laughter, comedies, satires, and even joke books cross-pass the boundaries of time and connect with us in surprising ways. Granted that we don't have as many works of this kind as we would like to, and as we certainly could have had received, had the transmission of so many comedians been different, we do have abundant material to laugh with the ancients. Things get a little thornier when we deal with the theory of laughter. Mary Bird, in her interesting as well as informative and fun book on laughter in ancient Rome, has sufficiently shown how limited and futile can become an exhaustive attempt to understand what, when, and how Romans laughed. At the same time, it is also clear that even when some jokes, at least in the way we receive them, hardly make sense to us, there are also many texts in which we find ourselves in a common land with the Romans, where the same things or situations appear as funny. In the same book, Bird points out a very interesting difference between Greek and Latin laughter vocabulary. To put it in a nutshell, there are many different, even specialized words in Greek to denominate different kinds of laughter, stressing their intensity or their intention. But the persons engaged in the laughing process receive less attention. A comparison with the Roman vocabulary shows an opposite emphasis. Human beings involved in the laughing situation are described with more detail, and the laughter in itself seems secondary. Bird even shows that smile was not a relevant social expression, as no word for it is to be found. If it is correct that Romans had special interest in the persons engaged in the laughter, and considering the high value of public speaking in their legal and cultural life, It comes as no surprise that when dealing with laughter theory in Western antiquity, the two longest and best preserved treatises, all in all, come from Cicero and Quintilian. In the case of Cicero, we find developed reflections in the orator and on the orator. Quintilian's famous Institution Oratoria 6.3 tackles the issue directly. The aim of those works is to help advertisers or teachers to improve rhetorical skills to succeed in courts or public speeches. Looking at the work of both authors from the perspective of the yector, or the one who should raise the laughter, a problem emerges. Is humor teachable? On the one hand, they both recognize that there is something about some people that makes them funny. At the very same time, they both provide rules, some sort of recipes, which can be employed now and then that prove efficient to raise a laugh. Humor resists being completely systematized and appears as a given by nature, but at the same time, both Cicero and Quintilian theorize a good deal on the subject. So, which one is it? Can humor, wit, and funniness be taught or not? Along this paper, we will focus more closely on Quintilian, since his Institution Oratoria is a textbook directed to teach. In this sense, his ideas appear more straightforward, so the paradox becomes clearer. But to see if the paradox is a real one or just an apparent one, we will look deeper into the notion of nature, natura, that is constantly used by Quintilian in his work. But of course, Quintilian is no pioneer, and as in almost any other subject, the Ciceronian legacy is present. So we will take a quick look at its origin in On the Orator to return later to Quintilian's approach to the paradox. So this was supposed to be a quick look, but then it went a little bit larger, so it's half and half. So, On the Orator, we find a fascinating dialogue between four main characters. Without now providing further details on the text or characters, we focus on Antony's preoccupation with the use of humor. Early in this middle part of the dialogue, he says, and I will follow in this part of Cicero and in the first part of Quintilian when I'm using 6.3, which is a part of humor. Here present Michael Fontaine's translation, which is really great because he had this tremendous work of making these jokes understandable for us. So I think this is a great work, and I'm taking just advantage of that great translation, although some differences might emerge. We will all come to it. So Anthony says, humor and joking, though, is fun and often wicked effective. Every other aspect of public speaking might be teachable by rules, but humor is obviously something you're born with, and rules can't do anything for it. Still, Anthony thinks that Caesar is the best at joking and asks him to answer if joking is teachable, and if so, to teach them. Caesar accepts to talk about the subject, after making clear that there is nothing more boring than trying to theorize laughter and laughter rules. He says, quote, it seems impossible to teach a course in the topic we want. But immediately afterward, he specifies there are actually two kinds of jokes. Some cover the whole speech, while others are short and acute. The first one, Tabulatios, is rendered by Fontaine as shtick, that it means something like a comic routine or a determined style of performance or proper to a certain individual, which podríamos pensar en un monólogo, ¿no? Una especie de presentación formal. While the second one, the Dicasitas, is rendered as sick burn, and is a shorter remark, okay, llamaríamos un chiste. The funniness required in the first group cannot be taught, because, quote, people are shaped by their genetics. And it's that with some help from their facial expressions and voices in manner of speech itself, which makes them funny, impressionistic, or storytellers. The short jokes included in the second group of humor also escape the rules, since a comeback or a clever remark cannot be rehearsed. Caesar quotes then some yeses and finishes his intervention by assuring Antony that jokes are useful in public speaking, and they cannot be taught systematically or at all. Let's take this twofold division carefully. The idea seems to be that long performances or speeches can only be funny if the person conducting them is funny. And such funniness seems to be proper or not to a certain individual. It seems to address an inborn characteristic which is skill based. The deliberate facial expressions, voices, tones, and other peculiarities make them funnier. But those are only aids to aid something given by nature. We wonder if genetics is the right word to translate natura, but we will come back to this later. Note right away that sort of rehearsable components are not enough to make somebody funny. It is not clear, though, what exactly is meant here. Is it the looks of the person? Is it the way he stands, his moves? Certainly, he is not referring to the theatrical part that comes along. The second kind of humor is clearly not teachable because recipes won't be enough to improvise. And the smart, clever answer seems proper to the quick-mindedness of the person. It seems to us that there are two possible components then for the funniness: a general structure of the person's staging and the ability to provide a clever remark or comeback. But this is by no means the end of the story. Antony complains, quote, "Still though, Caesar, when you claim that joking is not a teachable skill, you put your finger on something that I do think needs to be taught. We must agree with Antony, I think. If humor is important in public speech, it is also true that not every joke at any moment will be equally effective. Timing, subject matter, and frequency all need to be considered to accomplish the relaxing or persuasive result sought at the beginning. Only this will prevent people from falling into one of the worst rhetorical sins that can be done, namely to diminish the orator's authority. After some exchange between the characters, Crassus jumps in. As if there were any teachable skills for all the subjects Antony's been talking about all this time. And then he goes on. My own view is that the value of these rules is not that textbooks can help us figure out what to say. It's that the ones who have gotten something to say from sheer inspiration, from natura, from thinking hard, from trying different things out, we can either have the confidence that it's right or understand that it's wrong, since we'll have learned a standard to check it against. End of it. So maybe all these textbooks materials provide us with a general structure and limits to some content, but they will definitely not give us the content. Then, is the content what we come up with by nature? Is that what it means to be born funny? Is to be quick-minded enough to get ideas which we will order with the art? Crassus' idea doesn't seem to be exactly the same idea as Antony's that we saw before, although they are not incompatible. The dialogue and the most famous part of the laughter theory appears with the big 5 questions that Julius Caesar will present and develop. 1, what is laughter? 2, where it comes from? 3, whether an orator should want to move to laughter to his audience, or if so, how much? And 5, what are the categories of the laughable? Since Julius Caesar, and most likely Caesar of speaking reading, expectedly answered that the orator should season with laughable ingredients in his speeches, issues 4 and 5 deserve a lot of attention. Questions 1 and 2, clearly the more philosophical ones, are passed by quite fast. The definition of laughter, so we read, should be answered by Democritus. Here we have a connection with our first talk. In any case, we get just an ironic remark because even the supposed experts do not understand it. The second question, namely whether laughter comes from, where laughter comes from, receives a somehow disappointing comment. Probably from the so-called Aristotelian theory of comedy, which also has its Platonic guise. And he says it comes from what you might call the dishonorable or ugly. Question 4 deserves, as we said, the longest treatment, of course, and we have a sort of systematic theory of this on the subject, including the famous division of 2 kinds of humor, the one based on things and the other based on language. Some examples of adequate humor and also of misuse of jokes are given. While we deepen in the jokes, recipes, and we seem to be all about the rules, we are faced again with a complaint. Quote, the time for wisecracks will be determined by long-term thinking and dignity, and I wish there were a how-to manual for those. But genetics are in charge, said dominant naturalist. In this case, nature's domain is slightly different. Kairos, we could say, which will appear later in Quintilian, is basic for the success of the joke. But to reach the target, experience and dignity, some sort of delicate perception of the moment is needed. So there are no rules again for this, and genetics seems to be in charge. Here we are not talking about the quick-mindedness or the ability to formulate a comeback, but with the prudence of when it is really worth to launch a wisecrack. We may come up with tons of funny ideas or remarks, but to mention them in the middle of a disgraceful speech would be outrageous. As you can see, we have a collection of contents that natura or genetics are covering. Quick-mindedness, something about the look or expression of the gesture, the ability to create funny content, and the good judgment or potential component to tell the jokes at the right time. Of course, the orator is not expected to make people laugh as if he was a street performer or a clown. Both kinds can be easily described as people with ridiculous faces, maybe exaggerated expressions, using strange voices, and maybe even the shape of their bodies could be the cause of laughter. But this is not what the orator is directed to, and turns successfully joking into a hard task. In fact, it seems to be the case that the orator needs exactly the opposite that the clown or a vulgar actor needs to gain a burst of laughter. Quote, those who want to master jokes for public speaking need to be imbued with a certain almost innate sense of humor and a personality that's suited to these types so that their facial expressions can also be made to match each type of joke. And usually, the sterner and more serious that expression is, the funnier the things you say seem to be. So not only the excellent orator should not look funny, but even his voice and expressions need a serious or stern tone, as if he really didn't realize he would raise a laugh, a sort of serious comedian. We even find that a well-bred person won't fall into vulgar jokes or distort his own space or make obscene expressions. The above-mentioned almost innate sense of humor seems more difficult to be grasped as the pages of analysis and recommendations go on. There is a clear tension between, on the one hand, an innate capacity to create laughable content, transmitting it in a graceful way, and seizing the right opportunity. And on the other hand, the skill, art, or technique, which is teachable, transmittable, imitative, and perfectible. It is well known that Caesar himself was a jester, and some claim even too much of a joker, professionally as well as in his ordinary life. So maybe for him, humor was never a matter of acquisition, but by rehearsing and learning, but probably only one to perfect. Nevertheless, he did realize how difficult it was to transmit it. I don't agree with those who think that he's just writing all these reflections to defend himself against the criticism that he received for being funny, but that's another issue. We could say that that for Cicero, humor depends more on ingenium or an inborn capacity. Genius. With this precedent in mind, it is worth studying the same paradox in Cicero's greatest admirer, Quintilian, who is not known for being particularly funny, but was interested in the transmission and teaching and learning process of rhetorical theory and practice. So Quintilian's chapter on laughter in Institutione 6.3 follows Cicero's lead in considering laughter as an emotion. To begin with, he makes explicit importance of humor in a way in which you can either gain an audience or, more importantly, the judge's favor by giving him a break, awaken, and even distress him. At the same time, it is also mentioned that humor in court is a risky business, but the advantages of its proper use are worth it. Quintilian acknowledges that not every great orator is good at jokes, as Demosthenes' case seems to prove. But the ones who master it will obtain great results. Of course, Quintilian states, for a dignified orator to compromise truth with humor, which is usually false and comes from ugliness and disgrace, is dangerous. And it is also difficult to deal with because it is not clear what exactly makes people laugh. Here we have a first issue. How can you teach something which is variable? Quintilian conveys the idea that people's reactions when it comes to laughter, of course, are not based on logic, but on a primal emotion. We are not told what that primal emotion or feeling is, but a lot of objectivity is revealed. This uncertainty is reinforced by the different and unconvincing approaches that people have given to the subject. Following again Cicero, Quintilian divides the funny into the two realms already classed. Jokes based on things and the ones based on language, and he adds a possible third origin, a certain physical contact, whether he means the Aristotelian tickles or the Democritus theory of touch is hard to tell. We won't get into that. The humor's taxonomy is even more complicated since it is not always a joke which makes us laugh. Sometimes to see somebody acting stupidly or even frightened can raise appeal of a laugh. In any case, for our purposes, Quintilian asserts there are no definitions of laughter. Despite it, he says there must be some sort of art to it. To tell the truth, he seems more inclined to say this to give some credit to his admired authorities, rather than due to logical reasons. Quintilian grants that there must be rules for joking, since both Greek and Latin authors have composed it, and there is some sort of structure in it. But basically, we are in the domain of one, nature, genetics, and two, the right opportunity. As we can see, both characteristics had already appeared in Cicero's dialogue, covered by Natura. Quintilian tries to specify this in further detail. This special ability, the natural one, to be funny, lies not only in being quick-minded, means, and this might be a difference with Cicero's dialogue, Quintilian states this could be seriously improved by teaching and rehearsing. But it has to do with what here he considers to be nature. Some people, just intrinsically, have a special look about them, the way they move, their face, and this will make that anything that they say appear much more fun than if somebody else says the same thing. As I mentioned before, I don't think it is merely a physical flaw that makes people laugh, because the ideal orator should be good looking. It rather seems to refer to the personality, as the way people move is hardly genetic, although the personality can still be called natural. We can start. The right opportunity, we also found in Cicero, has both natural and acquired components in Quintilian's work. The first component explains what some people also say with it things. There are no practice lessons for it, no teachers. The upshot is that many people are great at sequence at parties and in conversation because everyday life experience let us get better at it. But wittiness in public speaking is rare, and it borrows from those routines instead of having its own set of rules. Nevertheless, there are manuals with some drills and exercises that may be done. So the tension appears again in finding the right moment. It cannot be taught, and the professional seeking of the opportunity doesn't come from books, but from observation. It borrows from daily happenings. Nevertheless, Quintilian adds, rehearsing and practice improve and develop that natural capacity to become a great orator. So let us resume the paradox. If being funny in a broad sense is nature's gift, the teachers and textbooks will only improve those men who naturally own it. But what about the other applicant? Is it obvious for a teacher to take a non-funny young man as a student? And if so, how can the professor recognize a naturally funny candidate? And from the student's perspective, how can they recognize or catalog themselves as naturally funny? Considering that when it comes to humor, rules are explicitly not enough to succeed, and the dangers of looking stupid or vulgar, of breaking an argumentation or hurting somebody's feelings, especially the judges or the audiences, misuse of this weapon might end in a dreadful result. I don't think the paradox or in a modern commentator's words, the honest balancing of talent, doctrine, and training, can be completely solved. But Quintilian provides some pedagogical and philosophical insights which might help us to understand what is really up to the teacher, up to the student, and what is the concept of nature that Quintilian is working with. So let me talk a little bit about the teacher. At the very beginning of the Institution, Quintilian states, there is one point which I must emphasize at the start. Without the help of nature, precepts and techniques are powerless, and he goes on. And there are other aids also with which individuals have to be born: voice, strong lungs, good health, stamina, good looks. A modest supply of these can be further developed by methodological training. Quintilian is clear, even the most talented teacher needs some basic to work upon. In the Institution in 1.3, the teacher is recommended to spy out the student's ability and nature. Since he will still be young, the teacher should pay attention to those marks or signs of good nature. Wittiness and sophisticated use of language will still not be apparent. So what should the teacher expect as a minimum? Quintilian thinks that memory, which manifests in quickness of grasp and accurate retention, should stand out. After those first signs, the student should be good at imitation, which shows a teachable nature. Wittiness is not directly addressed, but we can see that it is an important feature that Quintilian has constantly in the back of his mind. So here he comments, for example, exposing the students to comic actors. Since young speakers will benefit from observation of the comic delivery, provided the content is not vulgar or doesn't emphasize moral fault. In 2.5, Quintilian reminds the reader of the importance of the experience, even above precepts. He recommends the teacher to present a good speech to the student, read it with them, and explain every part of it. This includes a humor in it. The teacher is asked to explain exactly what is the wit of the jokes. A bit later in 2.8, Quintilian puts forward a position that turns out to be very different from other pedagogical projects. And for our present subject, it is meaningful. His criticism goes like this. Nature, it is argued, gains in strength by cultivation, and the pupil who is led in the opposite direction cannot achieve much in areas in which he has no aptitude, while he weakens the talents he seems born to exploit by abandoning them. This is only partly true. Yes, talents should be recognized, but once it is determined that a pupil should be an orator, he should learn everything concerned with it, even if it is hard for him. If nature were sufficient on her own, learning would be altogether unnecessary. If we come across a mind naturally decadent and inflated, as many are, says Quintilian, shall we let him go on in this direction? As for the dry and jejune, shall we not nourish and clothe them, as it were? So Quintilian is asking the teacher to go beyond the natural givens of the students. The talents must be cultivated, that is clear, but deficiencies should be addressed, even if difficult. The dry and jejune are clearly defects on the urbanitas or on the humor side. So the teacher's obligation is to help them to turn their dull and tedious presentations into exciting and seasoned speeches. It really doesn't matter here if the lack is natural or not. The teacher should try to amend it anyway. There is another point for which it seems like a good idea to pay for a skilled teacher when it comes to humor or urbanitas, and it has to do with the forum. The idea is that the content, and especially jokes, should be also morally impeccable. Ingenium as a natural ability will not provide the student with the ideal tone and possible content. Therefore, to strike a balance between humor and decorum, rhetors must engage in education and the cultivation of socially skilled oratory. Now, let me go to the student, and I finish very quickly. So education is not only a matter of transmission and teaching, but also a personal ability and attitude from the student is required. In 710, Quintilian states that some things, however, depend on the students and not on the teacher. He enumerates some of them, and he said these are a matter of individual pupils' natural ability. Again, we are faced with a natural component, but also each orator to be must develop a personal and unique style that cannot be obtained from the teacher. When Quintilian explains possible options to structure each case, land, order, presentation, etc., he says, in oratory, this, talking about eloquence, will be achieved by the man who possesses all the advantages, nature, learning, and commitment. And there must be no looking round for these things. They must be ready at hand, not as things learned, but as things present from birth. Things well learned should resemble natural ones. The orator should be able to use them at ease, once he has appropriated them and incorporated them into his own unique style. He even says in 11:3, so let everyone know himself and take counsel, informing his delivery, not only from general rules, but from his own nature. So along this line, the binomial natural and acquired constantly appears, making the boundaries between personal talent and art quite blurry. Nevertheless, it can also be said that Quintilian would never leave a successful and, in that sense, also a funny orator purely ingenuine. I think we can go even further and say that for Quintilian, the most natural feature of human beings is to acquire art. To perfect oneself is not only a convenience matter, but in fact, the most instinctive or essential thing to do. To conclude this presentation, I would like to explore a bit deeper into the notion of nature that Quintilian has been working with and how this has an impact on teaching and learning within this. So let me pose a couple of questions about what we understand as natural. What kind of body is more natural? The one that is in an unexercised shape, or the one which is stronger and hardened by training? Or the one which is more natural? Versions. Because as we saw, a responsible teacher should try to cover even those difficult traits that a young man could be lacking. When both Caesar and Quintilian talk about a certain something in the gesture that makes him funny, I think it has to do with personality, which is certainly an inborn trait, but it is also something that evolves and can be molded in the right direction. As we saw, if the looks or physical properties had been the ones at stake here, as probably was the case with street performers or clowns, nothing could be done about that. But looking serious and stern when creeping can be trained. But there is really no art, even less a science of humor. Precepts and recipes of humor are a set of rules that proceed from daily or ordinary situations. Practice will improve the orator's performance, but in this case, the more instructive training might come from the streets, from regular situations, because practicing in court might be a bad idea. Drills to enhance improvisation and upgrade comebacks or puns can be also provided by the teachers. But in the end, only mature and fully grown orators should risk launching a wisecrack, because in that way they speak with authority and the forum will go their way. Still, in an interesting ambiguity remains. Is seizing the opportunity something which is natural or not? In Caesar's terms, it looked more like an innate capacity. Quintilian seems dubious. And another question remains open: the ability to create a joke, which not only relaxes the judge, but generates a positive and new understanding of a situation. I don't have time to develop this last issue here. I would just like to point out a similar situation in Aristotle, and it has to do with the creation of metaphors. Euphia is a natural talent to observe and create a relationship that was not evident before and surprises and amuses those who listen to it. Now, last point I would like to develop later is the difference between the learned from a teacher, what the Greeks called mentane, and the other way in which one discovers one's own style, heurisque. I think that difference is at the bottom of this problem, at least to my mind. I think Michael Fontaine is right when he says that humor belongs to rhetoric and not to philosophy. in the sense that it is in the delivery that we do love. I also think that even rhetoricians such as Cicero and Quintilian, with their refined philosophical preparation, operate and build their ideas with solid philosophical backgrounds. The analysis of concepts such as nature and the process of teaching learning might help us to understand them a little bit better. Thank you.
So we have 10 minutes for questions, comments. What's to start? Mike?
I enjoyed it very much. Thank you. Really interested in what you said at the very end for nature. What does it even mean? How it means so many different things. And both authors use it as if it's obvious what it should mean in context. It's anything but obvious. So there's a lot to think about. What you were saying, especially at the very end. I just wanted to say thank you. I think about it in particular, and relating to nature, how can you get human, how can you do
Hey, Monte and Pierre?
Well, just as a follow-up to that, I mean, there's this background in Socrates where he claims that other sophists and other teachers claim that they can take people that don't have an adequate nature and turn them into good speakers and so forth, but he insists that there's this natural element that's absolutely essential. And he seems to mean something like what you're born with, genetic endowment. So I thought the translation, the concept you were using of it's about genetics is exactly right. But I was going to ask if there was a possibility that Quintilian is operating within that framework of how much of rhetorical training can be due to nature, how much can be due to upbringing, how much due to teaching, in the
Spiritual. So I think Quintilian is really all about education. But he does think that there is like a natural basis. But this natural basis, I think, is sometimes like too much emphasized. And I think that what he means is not that you have to be really like this perfect great man. At the beginning of the book, he says, I'm talking about the ideal orator, but of course there are no ideal orators. So you do need like minimum basis, but if there are no real defects in language and things like that that are really that really prevent somebody from presenting a case in court or pleading, they should be and must be taught. And I think that is important, but you don't see that in the humor part. He seems to be expressing humor, either you have it or not. But when you read the whole pedagogical project, I think that there is still some room to teach even a little bit of humor. But the Socrates part, I think, is very important.
thank you. And
Exactly
it's a very insightful paper. So congratulations to your sister.
Yeah.
So you both have an obviously good nature for this kind of activity.
Well, thank you so much, María-Elena. So I joined my friend Monte in thanking you for this paper. But my question was actually about what you didn't say. It's about Aristotle that you mentioned at the very end of the paper. Because actually, when, as you said, for Aristotle, there is nothing teachable there, right? I suppose when metaphor he says it's just when it comes to your nature, to your genetics. And when it doesn't say anything about jokes, making jokes, but I suppose you would have said probably the same sort of thing. But then then of course I agree with you that in Quintilian you have this guy trying to make his case that no, jokes must be, or he's making must be teachable, and that's the probably his problem is that he comes from a tradition, especially the Aristotelian tradition that we find in both Cicero. It says no, there is just good invitation.
Exactly, and there are these other pedagogical schools at the time, which think that it must be reduced to the ingenium, to the natural ability. Quintilian wants to oppose that because, of course, he is a teacher. He really wants. He's writing a textbook, so it wouldn't make sense to say to write about it and then say you cannot teach. That's exactly what Sara and I were thinking when we started reading and commenting on Quintilian, and it's this capacity and the tension of you're born with it, but at the same time I'll give you rules. So if you're born with it, you don't need the rules, and if you need to be born with it, the rules won't help you. So what's really the point here? But all the time I was reading this, I was thinking about Aristotle, about the thea, about the way of creating metaphors, and also the way of producing new content, which is something that you somehow have. But at the same time, and I would like later on maybe to continue talking with my colleagues, the concept of genetics, because genetics at the same time sound a little bit too determining. I don't know, and I think that there is something about personality. I think that nature here is a little bit broader. Of course, it includes genetics, but I'm more inclined to think that it is a little bit more than just genetics. But I think
But that's one good thing might be to add in your reflection the treatise on the sublime by Giles, because he speaks about it too.
Yeah, I have the quote over there. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to you and to Sara. Just a very brief question. You mentioned about how troublesome is the notion of nature, but I found also troublesome what are you both signifying by humor? Because at least in humor theory, it's more like a form of communication that is just in the field of rhetoric more than something that's capacities. So yes, insofar as a form of communication, humor can be perfectly taught, and we don't need this aspect of nature. But it seems to me that humor is like the capacity, I don't know, mental capacity, or to grasp metaphors, to grasp funniness. So what do you have in mind when we're talking about?
I think it's a bit all of that, because Quintilian is talking about the pleading situation. He's hearing the forensic speeches, the public speaking, and so he is talking about how good idea it is to persuade, to relax, to accomplish something with a judge or with a certain audience through this use of humor, which can include funny short remarks, and it could also mean some sort of broader thing, which would be more like the urbanitas, which should be included in the whole speech, not only like small remarks. So maybe I have to specify that a little bit more.
Yeah, if it's if it's a feature of the speech, or a feature of the orator, or a feature of the audience, what is?
I think we wanted to emphasize this from the gesture, from the joker, from the orator, and of course he will have something prepared in his speech, but he should be so good that you don't notice that he's reading a joke.
Yeah.
He should, but maybe he will prepare it like that. But more importantly is that, you know, they are in real time, So if somebody's attacking you, you have to have the capacity to formulate a comeback, to attack and go back and say, oh, no, you are against me, well, take this. And so that capacity, you have to, not everybody can do it. And if you do it in the wrong way, it will make you look stupid. And I think we all have had some sort of time if you wanted to make a joke and nobody laughed. And you just feel like, why did I do that?
Actually, it's very interesting what you're saying. I was, when we were talking about it, we were, Quintilian is always referring to Figaro.
Okay.
And if, of course, this is a very particular person. And if you read Cicero all over this work, you'll find out that it's actually that Figaro was very funny. But he's not I mean, humor, the way he expresses humor, you understand that there is something funny going on, but he's not telling a joke. I mean, this is all very this will go in what we're thinking. I mean, it's in progress. But what you're talking about, if you read Cicerón, you will see all of this, because he is, I mean, he's the perfect example, and Quintilian is always referring to Figaro because of that.
No, and conceptually speaking, we're in a good place. Thank you.
Good. You told me we find. Oh, good. I understand. Speaking for you.
Go ahead.
Next speaker, Michael Fonten from University. It's that. So translator of Cicero and of Quintilian and various Latin work, and it will kind of how to make a joke. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So, hola, gracias, hello, everybody. Thank you very much for coming, staying, and a wonderful thank you to my hosts. I'm having a wonderful time. I changed the title, and I have a lot of slides. I hope capture your interest. I'm going to talk about how to make a joke without getting canceled. You know what cancel culture is? Well, it's an American export all around the world, or it seems to be. And what is it? This is where you make a joke or you say something and suddenly you have no friends and the world decides you're a bad person. So why do I bring this up? Well, I'm very glad to be speaking right after María-Elena's talk, because I'm going to start with Quintilian. And here's what, well, let me skip this and come back to it. This is Quintilian. He says humor is risky because wit is so close to twit. I'm trying to translate the Latin pun on risus and derisus. And so I say he had a point. When you look around the world today, do you agree with that? Do you think it's risky to tell a joke? where you think you're being witty, but other people think you're twitting them and they get angry at you and they go crazy, sometimes even on Twitter itself. So this is happening all the time. And Quintilian had a point about the risks of humor. Jokes are dangerous. They're like firecrackers. They can blow up in your face. And as I'm going to argue today, Quintilian's younger contemporary was the Greek philosopher Plutarch. He took the same view. Let me go back to this slide. And I'm going to talk about Plutarch and introduce a forgotten treatise that he wrote about how to tell a joke without getting canceled. And I'm going to connect it up with Cicero and Quintilian and another guy named Macrobius that you may have heard about. He's going to talk about the art of telling jokes safely. All right, so where are we? Okay, Plutarch is interested in what in English we call the art of ribbing. What does that mean? It's how can you tease somebody in a way that that person himself thinks is funny. That's actually really very difficult. How to tease somebody and please somebody at the very same time. Well, in antiquity, nobody had ever asked this question. And there's a reason for that. The two main theorists of the ancient world were Cicero and Quintilian. They were both orators. They wanted to tell you how to tell jokes for room, to win the room, to get advantage, to win a trial, to win an election. They weren't telling jokes just to entertain people. But Plutarch is different from that. He is interested in making jokes to entertain other people, just for fun, not at trials, not at an election, but in parties, in symposia, in conferences, this kind of thing. So this puts him in a class all by himself. And there's another important difference between Plutarch and his predecessors. For the most part, in assessing risk, Cicero and Quintilian are worried about jokes that fail to land. That is to say, jokes that just prove ineffective. Whoops. Oh, it's not going to load for you. I had memes, but I guess in that work. Like a firecracker that doesn't go off. That's all they're worried. But Plutarch isn't worried about that. He's worried about jokes that are firecrackers that blow up in your face. Because he's coming from a different social class. Cicero is going to be fine if his joke is no good. But Plutarch thinks people like you and me, we got big problems if the joke doesn't work. Some of his friends, Plutarch thinks, are more powerful than you, and they can get you ostracized. They can get you canceled. He stresses this point in the final words of the treatise I'm going to discuss today. He says, quote, people who tell jokes at the wrong time and which are not on point pay the heaviest price for mere words. So he was really impressed with this idea. In writing these words, Plutarch knew what he was talking about. Ironically, the most famous example of a cancellation for telling jokes in history is Cicero himself. Plutarch is the one who says that. And this is the same Cicero who wrote a treatise on telling jokes. So in 2021, as you just heard, I published this translation of his treatise here. And in the introduction, I wrote the following. Oops. Oh, I don't have it. Okay, I'm going to have to quote it then. Here's what I wrote in the introduction. I said, like any, this is me. Like any weapons, jokes can backfire. People don't like being embarrassed in public and they don't forget it. So Cicero considered himself a smartass, but other people considered him a jackass and they reacted accordingly. Plutarch regarded Cicero's inability to resist a cruel joke a factor in his downfall and his eventual murder. That same inability is a refrain in the biography of Cicero that he later wrote. And then I commented, the funny thing is Cicero himself knew that. And he has this quote, which I guess I forgot. He says, that's the hardest thing for quick-witted people to do. When you're quick-witted, it's very hard to take stock of the room and think about the circumstances. And when you start to think of a really funny joke, shut up and not say it. It's impossible. It's like your mouth is burning. Now, if you remember your Roman history, you're going to appreciate the tragic irony of that statement. Cicero wrote that in 55 BC. In 43 BC, his head was cut off, in part because he had made jokes about Mark Antony over and over and over and over. And when the political wind shifted, Mark Antony had him assassinated. And so it's quite a serious thing. Okay, do I have it? Oh, yes, this was going to be my meeting. So looking back a century and a half later, Plutarch was really interested in this idea of joking at the wrong time. So this Cicero's his most famous example of cancellation, but there are at least two more. There's a treatise that's falsely ascribed to Plutarch, although it's probably indebted to him. It's titled On the Education of Children. It's one of the most famous, you may have read this. And in this treatise, Pseudo-Plutarch cites the cases of a poet named Socrates in the 3rd century BC, and an orator named Theocritus of Chios. This is not the famous Theocritus, it's some other guy named Theocritus. And both of these guys told jokes at the wrong time against Hellenistic kings, and they paid the price. But they've been blotted out. But on the left here, this is Ptolemy, King Ptolemy of Egypt, Philadelphus, meaning the guy who married his own sister. This is Alexandria. So Plutarch writes, I have heard of countless men who have fallen into the greatest misfortunes through intemperate speech. I'll mention 2 of them. When Ptolemy Philadelphus married his sister Arsinoe, this guy named Socrates made a joke. He said, it's wrong for you to try to poke that mare. Mare is a horse. And thereafter, he rotted in prison for many years, and he suffered condign punishment for his stupid talking. And to make other people laugh, he suffered for a very long time. So, a story to match this has to do with this guy, this sophist named Theocritus. There was Antigonus, king of the Macedonians. He was Antigonus the One-Eyed, Monophthalmos. And one day, he was driven to immoderate anger. Antigonus had sent his chief cook, who had been an officer in the army, to Theocritus. And he insisted that Theocritus come away with the cook and talk to the king. When the cook delivered his message to Theocritus, he kept coming in several times over and over. Theocritus said, I know very well that you want to serve me up raw to your cyclops. And so he twitted the cook, he twitted the king for being disfigured, and he twitted the other for being just a cook. And so Theocritus was put to death by Antigonus for this joke. He didn't think it was funny. Very good. So, as I say, the experts say the treatise I just quoted is not by Plutarch. It's probably by his student. But Plutarch would have agreed with everybody. So having noted that, I want to go last to what I call his survival guide. Plutarch's survival guide. What is this thing? This is it here. Plutarch's survival guide to telling jokes is in the 2nd book of a very long group of essays, titled Table Talk, the Quaestiones Conviviales. So this treatise is 10 paragraphs long. It's about 11 pages in the Loeb edition. It's almost exactly contemporary with Quintilian's treatise on humor. This Table Talk is dated to 92 AD. Quintilian's was probably published in 95. That's when he died. It's around the same time. And this is kind of interesting. Several centuries after Plutarch's death in 119 AD, around the year 430 AD, the Latin author Macrobius translated Plutarch's survival guide into Latin, word for word. He added some extra jokes, and he embedded it in his own very long treatise called the Saturnalia. I have a picture. And when he did this, he omitted some of the Greek jokes from Plutarch, and he added in some of the Latin jokes from the tradition, including some from Sicily. What's sort of interesting here is that Macrobius has a separate book of the Saturnalia dedicated entirely to jokes. Book 2 of the Saturnalia is his joke. But the treatise that I'm talking about comes later. It's in book 7. So nobody's ever found this. So this survival guide is the 3rd longest treatise on jokes that we have from antiquity. If you're interested in the theory of humor, you want to know about this. Nevertheless, it is, as far as I can tell, completely forgotten today. It's like a little pearl sitting at the bottom of the ocean. The only article in recent times that's found it simply summarizes the contents without attempting to really explain the essence of the recommendations. So that's what I'd like to do, is trying to contextualize some of the ideas from today. Incidentally, I suspect that this treatise has been forgotten because it deals with the social fallout of making jokes, rather than the theoretical nature of humor. We've been talking a lot about humor and what it is and why we laugh, but he's not interested in that. He's interested in what happens next. So at any rate, it's worth digging out and summarizing these recommendations. For example, the very first thing he says is that making jokes at a party is like walking on ice. Plutarch says, the man who cannot engage in joking at a suitable time, discreetly and skillfully, must avoid jokes altogether. He said, if you're not good at jokes, don't tell jokes. You see, just as men in a slippery place lose their balance at the slightest touch, just so when we're all drinking at a party, we're all apt to be overthrown at every unseemly outburst of talk that arises. You get somebody upset after a couple of surveys. Okay, but that's not all. Plutarch knows something really very interesting that we've already talked about today. He knows that jokes are like insults. Plutarch believes that jokes are just like insults. But he says they're worse. Plutarch says that we all know that insults are hurled when we're angry. You know, if I'm really angry, I'm going to call you all kinds of things. But jokes aren't. And so he says, an insult is like a regular arrow that you shoot at somebody. It sticks in their arm or their chest, and it really, really hurts. He says a joke is like a barbed arrow, the kind with the extra points. Somebody shoots it into you, and you can't get the thing out. Somebody makes a joke at your expense, you can't forget it a week, a month later, a year later. So when you become the butt of the joke, the whole room turns against you. They ostracize you, they shame you, and you know it's not an accident, in the way that an insult spoken in anger can be an accident. Precisely because jokes are the hallmark of a very clever person. So Cicero says this, Quintilian says this, Plutarch believes this too. Jokes are the hallmark of a smart person. It survives in English with our words wit and witty, right? Wit means sort of brains, and witty is humorous. The upshot, says Plutarch, is that a joke, he defines it as covert criticism of an error. And this is an insight that he credits to Theophrastus. And I gave the Greek up there for you as well. The onegismos is sort of the criticism. Later on, Macrobius, when he translates it into Latin, I think I have this as well. Oh, it's not showing, it's down here. But he translates a scoma, which is like a cruel joke at somebody's expense, as a clandestine bite. It's a little bite that you can't see, someone's taking out of it. He calls it a mursus figuratum. It's interesting that in Theophrastus's definition, this error that we're criticizing could be anything from an innocent mistake to misguided behavior to deliberate wrongdoing, crime, sin, vices, stupidity. And now, as you probably all know, Theophrastus was a peripatetic philosopher. He was a student of Aristotle, and he was one of the very earliest theorizers of humor. But, and this is one of my main points for you today, after Plutarch offers this one definition from Theophrastus, that jokes are a covert criticism, everything else in the treatise seems to come from Plutarch's own head. This is not a treatise that falls directly in line with Aristotle, Cicero, Quintilian, or anything. This is all coming from his own observations of human life. And you can see this if you read other essays by Plutarch. He was a great student of human behavior. Okay, so what does he actually say? Let's take a look. What's the goal? As I've said, the goal, he first says, he wants to teach you the skill of making jokes at parties, quote, with care and skill at the right time. So I've got the Greek, met eulebeias, with care and techne, skill. Katakairon, perfectly timed. Later on in the treatise, he refines this aim to making jokes at parties, what he calls emelos, which means like in harmony with the rest of the room. You want to fit in, you want to get with the program, and not be some oddball. You know, you want to be harmonious or appropriate. So that raises the question, what does it mean to be appropriate? And this, by the way, is the second to third last word of the entire essay. It's the keystone of the whole arch. So what does it mean appropriately in this context? I believe, having studied the treatise, it means something more than just telling a joke without offending somebody. Plutarch specifically means jokes which will please the butt of the joke. That's a paradox. If a joke is covert criticism, how can I tell you a joke that's criticizing you and you want to give me a big hug and a high five? Yeah, that seems pretty great, right? But this, and so they would say this is impossible. That's not how jokes work. They fully ascribe, as we were talking about earlier, to that superiority theory, that aggression theory of jokes. The view goes back to Theophrastus. Cicero has it, Quintilian has it, Sigmund Freud has it, as we heard earlier. And even today, if you ask a lot of people, especially if I make a joke at your expense, you're going to say, yeah, that was pretty mean. So jokes are cruel. So even if it's not always true, it's certainly very often is true. So is it even possible? The ancient theorists would have said no, but Plutarch says yes. And I've summarized his recommendations. And I'm going to make this point again, but for clarity's sake, we usually talk about the butt of a joke. But it'll be easier if we talk about that person as your hero, the person that you want to impress. I'm going to summarize these in my own words, and then I'm going to go back and analyze. These are Plutarch's recommendations right here. You want to tell jokes that deprecate third parties. I'm going to explain what that means. That probably doesn't make sense right now, but it will. Not self-deprecation, but third parties, like in a legal trial, some other group. You want to use pretend sarcasm to either compliment your friend or to criticize your friend, to rebuke them. You want to, this is obvious, but he says it. You want to limit identity-based jokes to groups that you remember. Yeah, you don't start making jokes about some other group.
No.
If you don't know that, you definitely need to read this. Okay. This is really interesting. You should tease an intense interest. If somebody has a real nerd hobby, they really like to play the banjo or something. You can make fun of that, and the person will love it. But if the person has a drinking problem, you do not. It's very, very interesting. He says you can tease people's physical appearance very selectively. I don't know, but he says you can. He said, and then when someone has a crush on somebody else, when they're in love with somebody, he says you can tease that, but with the right timing, he'll explain. And the most important point, he says you have to make sure your jokes look natural, spontaneous. If they look rehearsed, everybody hates you. So let's go through some of these in my remaining time. What I want to do is go through each recommendation, but not give you Plutarch's examples. If I give you Plutarch's own examples right now, it would take me 30 minutes to explain each one with footnotes. They're not that interesting and kind of strange, but I think I know what he's getting at. So I'm going to give some modern examples at the same time. There's also a textual problem because some of the examples Plutarch gives are totally inappropriate. They don't make sense. They're so bad that one scholar thought that they were copied out of a margin by a scribe. Somebody had written them in, and then somebody else said, no, Plutarch was just sleeping when he wrote the thing. We don't know, but they're not that good. But I got some. But my point is, Plutarch has great ideas, but he expresses them very bad. So it's the very first one. This is what I call other deprecating jokes, or third-party deprecating. This is a really perceptive insight. Plutarch says making a joke without causing offense is tricky. Still, he maintains, and I'm going to translate his words literally. This is what, and then I'll explain. He says, jokes which pain the guilty seem above all to cause merriment and delight for those who are far from the slander. Does that make sense? Yeah. No. It took me forever. Okay. What does he mean? This is what he means. It's totally impossible. When it's totally impossible that your hero is guilty of some wrongdoing or some incompetence, then your same hero will love a joke that pokes fun at actual wrongdoing or incompetence in that same capacity. So let me give you some examples. I'm going to illustrate the concept by generalizing his own jokes. For example, it's not nice, but if you're at a party and your hero has an exceptionally homely person, exceptionally ugly person sitting next to him, he could call that person your boyfriend or girlfriend. And Plutarch says your hero knows there's no chance that that's going to be true, so he'll laugh. Kind of mean. It's very mean. Okay. If you're having dinner with your hero is a statesman, a wonderful statesman, Barack Obama, everybody knows. And you could accuse him of corruption, and Obama just laughs. Other politicians. If you are having dinner with the king or the president, you could pretend that the king is the repairman who's shown up to fix the doors. Or if you're having dinner with somebody who never drinks alcohol, you can accuse that person of being drunk. And Plutarch says, yeah, they will laugh at that. So what's the point? The point is this. In all these cases, nobody in the room would ever dream that the joke is real. They would say that's impossible. He explains why this is. He says, by citing imaginary faults, by citing imaginary faults, these jokes allude to your actual good qualities. the more people make fun of what you don't do, the more they're thinking of what a great person you are. So these are jokes, they're innuendo in the classical sense of irony. And you're stigmatizing all of your heroes' rivals and peers, and it just makes you look better. And so I wanted to interject. I use this joke all the time when I teach students. I don't know if you're familiar with it. But I just suspect it's an insight Plutarch got from rhetoric rather than philosophy. For example, when I'm about to give out a test to students, I'll say, I know that nobody in this room would ever cheat on a test. Now, you can imagine students in some other class, they might cheat. Nobody here would ever. The room starts laughing. They get the point though, yeah? You better not cheat. I thought this would be kind of interesting to add. I don't know, maybe you'll agree or disagree, but the best example I've ever seen of this in classical literature is from Plato's Republic. And it's a passage about the noble lie. And this is the Socrates introduces the concept of a noble lie, the idea that some people are better by birth. And he does it in a symposium discussion, which is kind of real. And what does he do? Before he's about to tell this really dangerous idea, he's going to say, how about we spread lies that certain people are naturally better than others? You should be a slave because you were born with bronze in your veins and so on. And this is how he introduces, this is an English translation. He says, how could we devise one of those useful falsehoods we were just talking about a while ago? A noble falsehood that would, in the best case, persuade even the rulers. But if that's not possible, then it can persuade the others in the city. So he says, what do you mean? He says, well, this is not some new idea. It's a Phoenician story. And it's described something that's happened in many places. That's what the poets say anyway. They persuaded many people to believe it too. It hasn't happened among us, and I don't even know if this could work among us Greeks. It would take a lot of persuasion. And this is what he's trying to, us here at this, we're not dumb enough for this. So the idea is what? This outrageous suggestion works on gullible, stupid foreigners, but not you and me. I want to distinguish this kind, I want to distinguish this kind of joke from a related one. I want to point out, Plutarch is not recommending that you tell self-deprecating jokes. All the theorists, Quintilian, Cicero, Plutarch, they all say you should not make jokes at your own expense. They say that's for buffoons. It's not for a dignified person to do. But it also makes other people uncomfortable. Plutarch seems to recognize that self-deprecating jokes impose an obligation on you. Right? If I start criticizing myself and talking about how dumb I am and stupid, you're just, no, you're not. You can tell I'm manipulating. He says, don't do that. Don't do that. So we want to make jokes that get our targets some third parties, some other people. And there's one exception to this rule of self-deprecating jokes. It's when your hero of this butt of your joke, when your hero is a bona fide superhero, a world champion in his or her domain, right? If you're having dinner with Michael Jordan, right? And I challenge Mike, hey, how about I challenge you to a game of basketball? He's just going to win. Because it's so absurd that I could ever possibly challenge him that he's going to laugh on the Tiger Woods. Hey, let's go play golf. He's just Marilyn Monroe. Let's have a beauty competition. These are examples that he gives in sports and in beauty competitions and so forth. So he says in those limited circumstances, it's okay to make a joke at your own expense. So that was the first big category. It took me a while. We moved to the others quicker and quicker. The second category is what Plutarch calls appropriate sarcasm, emelos, sarcasm that's reading the room, sarcasm that fits. And it comes in two different forms, classical praise and blame. So you can praise or blame somebody with a smile and imply the opposite. Plutarch's examples are all mixed up here, but they're all good. So for example, take facetious blame. That's where I'm pretending to call you something bad. In this case, you're complimenting your hero by pretending to criticize your hero. And the best examples are the polar opposite of what we call passive-aggressive remarks. Do we all know, you know what a passive-aggressive remark is, right? So in a real passive-aggressive remark, you express resentment with some unassertive thing that you shy. But in a fake passive-aggressive remark, you express appreciation by exaggerating the aggression. In other words, You pretend that your hero is compelling your behavior. But everybody in the room, including your hero, knows that you're really enjoying and you've chosen to do what you're doing. They involve the concept of voluntary submission. And they ennoble your hero. They make your hero noble by admitting that you have chosen to surrender yourself to your hero's lead. For example, if your hero invites you to a really nice dinner party every single night, you could call him a tyrant. How can you keep forcing me to come to dinner at your house night after night after night? And it's sarcasm, but the host gets it. This is Plutarch's. If you're a host, if your hero hosts a dinner party full of philosophers and invites you too, you could call him a pimp, a panderer who's providing everything you've ever wanted for free. Again, or if you're very popular and people are always inviting you to their parties, they can call you a gate crash, freeloader, somebody who just shows up. So maybe you can improve on all those examples, but maybe not this next one. It's one of Plutarch's best. If you're a cynic philosopher, you can ironically blame Antisthenes, the founder of cynicism, for your impoverished lifestyle. And he says the philosopher Diogenes did this by quoting lines from some Greek tragedy. According to Plutarch, this is Diogenes. He says of Antisthenes, in rags he clothed me, and he compelled that I be poor and be outcast from my home. Everybody knows Diogenes wants to live like this, but now he's making Antisthenes sound good. And so forth. The next recommendation is this: facetious praise. It's very subtle, but I think this works as well. It's the opposite of what we just said. You can you disparage your hero by pretending to praise him. And the humor comes in because in this circumstance, you are morally superior to your hero. Your hero has done something and you're not pleased with what this person has done. This is the fascinating point though. It's not just bitter sarcasm. What you are doing, it's not demonization. It's not saying, I can't believe what you did, you screwed up, we can't be friends. It's a way of signaling that you still like this person. And this person can do better. That's all the millennials are saying. You can do better in your behavior. How do you do this? You can, if you have a really nasty, if somebody's misbehaving, you could call him Aristides. Aristides was the great paragon of virtue. It would be like calling that person Mother Teresa or Nelson Mandela. I say, oh, all right, okay, Mother Teresa. And it signals something. If your friend has acted like a coward, you call him, oh, Achilles. Okay, that's great, Achilles, well done. And so, in other words, you are comparing your hero now to a famous saint or superhero. Plutarch calls this kind of reproach, this kind of joke, reproach through euphemism. So how does it work? Again, you're indirectly appealing to your hero's honor by comparing it to an impossible paragon. In English, we say this, no shit, Sherlock. When somebody says something obvious, they call it, oh, that's great, Einstein. You use a famous name for something. Okay, very, very quickly, time is fleeting. Okay, if you're, I'll just go right through these. If your friend has a nerd interest, collecting stamps, but he gives the example of playing an instrument. Do any of you have friends that play the guitar? And you go to your friend's house and the friend's playing the guitar and won't put it away. You've had enough. He said you can tease your friend. The example he says, Demosthenes says to the guy invites him over with the guitar addiction. And Demosthenes says, I'd be happy if you lock up the guitar before I come. And he says, but if your friend has a gambling problem, do not tease that. That's terrible. So you have to understand the distinction. Plutarch says if somebody has a terrible nose, if it's like a big hook nose or a big pug nose, he says it's fine, you can make fun of that. I don't know, that's what he says. He says, however, if somebody's missing an eye, you should not make fun of it. And there are all through Greek and Latin, there's at least a dozen examples of jokes about people missing an eye. So on. Okay. And this is really interesting. If somebody has a crush on somebody else, they started a new relationship, if it's a secret, they do not like being teased. But if the affection has been reciprocated, And word is getting out that now these two people are a couple. They love being teams. I think that's true. I mean, that sounds true, right? People love it. Oh, because now it kind of gives some publicity to the relationship. Very interesting. But he says you got to time it. And lastly, he says, consider who else is, not last, but almost, consider who else is in the room. If your professor, a philosopher, is listening, you can make jokes about the student staying up all night to study. And the student likes it. But most important, he says, be spontaneous, not rehearsed with your jokes. And he gives two very interesting examples. He says, avoid stupid puns. In English, this is a famous pun, ice cream and ice cream. We use it all. And he gives examples just like this in Greek, where you have to redivide the words. And he says, those look so stupid that the whole room turns against you and you have no friends. So don't use those jokes. Okay, that's it, Basta. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Yeah, question.
Thanks for the wonderful talk. I really appreciate that you bring this ancient topic to our times, relating it to a contemporary concern. Regarding that, like sometimes now in contemporary culture, we are afraid of telling jokes. Like we have this anxiety that we're going to incur in self-cancellation, or that people are going to think bad about us. So does Plutarch tell us how to cope with this kind of ambiguous feeling, like, okay, we recognize that laughter and humor is something good, but at the same time, something pulls us that makes us somehow restrained. So does he explicitly address this kind of fear that seems to go in hand with the practice of humor and comedy or laughter?
Not in this treatise, no. He says at the very beginning, if you can't make the joke right, don't tell the joke. And Quintilian says the same thing. They just put a hard stop. But Aristotle discusses this very question in the Nicomachean Ethics. I forget the passage, but it's quite interesting. He says society, and he's writing this so long ago. He says society cannot decide where to draw the line between appropriate jokes and inappropriate jokes. He says, so we can't draw, there's no rule. And he says, so a man of noble character, of good birth, will just not tell jokes, inappropriate. But they don't talk about that fear competing with that urge that Cicero talks about when your mouth is on fire. But you've got an incredible joke, you have to make the joke. He doesn't say that. And it's a shame, right? Because we don't have any good answers now. We could use some advice for people.
Yeah.
There is a treaty of Plutarch, or is not saying like the two kind of more objective things we could do. The song is, and we would sleep around, and when you are talking, sticking in my fight until it leaves.
Seriously.
What you just say.
He does have, that's what he, in the passage about the cancellation, he definitely says, he says, most people don't know when to control their tongue. This is the education, he said, free speech, yeah, great idea, no, stupid idea. He said, do not say whatever you want to say, that's terrible. But he, but that's contrarian.
Yeah, but it was just on this one, Aristotle. Well, Aristotle says when the society cannot tell it. So when you know say a local character, but he says the noble character. So the good person can do that, and of course the good person can also make jokes, good jokes, sophisticated jokes, not buffoon jokes.
Yeah, that's right. That's the other big distinction. Yeah, we should mention the distinction between buffoon jokes and a single dignified.
Quite dignified or sophisticated.
Thank you very much for your talk, Mike. I have a brief comment and a question. The comment is like Pierre, I'm not really fond of this theory of superiority and incongruity and something like that about humor. But in any case, I think it's really clear what you say claim that Plutarch is in its place in its own league, humor. That it's really clear that incongruity is really working on the funniness, right? It's not the superiority theory, but all these chips point towards being like hitting the nail on something absurd or incongruous that may trigger laughter. Right? But my question would be that if this guide to avoid being canceled is aimed towards, like it can be a guide to being fun. Can it be read as a guide to being funny or a guide to not? My question is it a guide to be really funny, like to hit home runs when we joke, or is it a guide to just don't piss people off, right?
It's more of the second.
Okay.
Yeah, there are no real guides to telling hilarious jokes from the ancient world. But this is, the social scientists agree on this. If you want to be witty at a party, you don't have to tell hilarious jokes like a stand-up comedian, because the physiological reaction, just giggling, some small little laugh, makes everybody relaxed. So I think he's only interested in telling an appropriate joke,
Okay.
but not like a comedian at a stand-up.
Okay, you're not okay. Okay, that was just about it. Thank you. It was really great.
Thank you. We have another one after all.
Yo pues no me siento. Yeah, I'm worried about there is no line between the jokes, because where is the line between the joke and aggressive, vocal aggressive? Where can found the limit? Because if there is no limits, in which point is a joke and in which point is an aggression to the other person.
So, I mean, that's true today, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right? Sometimes people make a joke, and what does everybody say? That's not funny. They know right away. I mean, so the line is not clear now, then, at any time. One confusion, though, is the word Plutarch uses for a joke is scolno. Now, that means either a joke or a cruel joke. The one word has both meanings. And so, and the Latin translation by Macrobius, he tries to distinguish. Maybe the Greeks have different words for jokes, but this one word can mean either just a joke that you don't think is cruel, but one that is definitely cruel. But the ancient theorists, from Theophrastus, Cicero, Quintilian, they think all jokes are cruel.
Yeah.
And I don't want to agree with that, but I think it's probably true. You don't agree, but because they say all jokes, humor looks at the world like Democritus and sees that it's not perfect. You either laugh or you can get angry. But if you laugh at it, you're pointing out some imperfection. And usually it's someone's imperfection. When you point out somebody's imperfection, they get angry, or they can get angry. And so that's kind of an ancient theory.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
We got a some question. Mario, you want to ask it directly? Putting your mic on.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. My question is, taking in account Plutarch's recommendations, what place would there be for Black humor? Because Black humor is directed to see how our audience would respond in some ways.
That's a fantastic question. I looked at this issue just a couple of years ago. Is there Black humor in the ancient world? You all know this term, Black humor? It's when you know you're doomed, so you make jokes about it. There are not many examples at all anywhere in ancient theory of Black humor. There might be a couple in Plutarch's Lives, like the life of Cicero, I think. The only example I can think of, it's in Greek and in Latin actually, is where it's during the civil wars and Cicero doesn't know whether to go with Pompey or Julius Caesar, both wanting to go their side. And he's having dinner with Pompey Pompey says, why don't you go over to Julius Caesar, then you can be afraid of me. And it's sort of like that, but I don't think the ancients recognized this category as much as we did. If anybody has examples, I'd love to hear them, because I don't think we have many.
I don't know if maybe, Jacobs applies after of them.
Ah, yes, okay, so not Socrates, but there was a guy before Socrates named Theramenes. Theramenes, do you know this guy? He was executed before Socrates by order of, he's an earlier version of Socrates. Theramenes was executed he was ordered to drink hemlock by the city of Athens. And he had a Greek Kylix with the wine in it and the poison, and he took a sip. And the guy who had charged him was named Critias. And he pretended he was a symposium. And he says, cheers, Critias, the rest is for you. That's in Xenophon, the memorabilia. That's a good example. Yeah. But it's not in the ancient, it's not in any of the ancient theoretical discussions. So I don't know what I would do.
Okay. First, in Monte.
Yeah.
Yes, so the definition that Luther gives to jokes is like a sort of a covered criticism. Well, then where's the joke and the example of telling a guy who never drinks that he is drunk or he or she is drunk? If there is no criticism there, then is it a definition or?
Great question. It is a criticism, but you see, it's not a criticism of you or me. It's a criticism of all the people that drink too much. Does that make you see? So that's what I call the third party. This whole group of people. It's not you and me. We're too smart to do that.
So the joke wouldn't land if I were alone.
Well, it might. It might, yeah. I mean, yeah, but you have to be 100% sure that the person's not drunk, right? And that nobody in his family is a drunk, because then you have problems.
Criticism solves life.
That is what the ancient theorists say, yes. And in that case, you can see it is implied. It's just not implied toward the butt of the joke. Thank you.
And I think we have to, yes, okay, so last.
All right, I really love this talk, especially this kind of speech act performative aspect where you're talking about how can we actually do this skillfully, and then you did it so skillfully, so you sort of demonstrate that it can be done. And just to back up the point that I think in the Apology there are this black humor. For example, when Socrates says, oh, death isn't so bad. It's either like a deep sleep, which I love, or a transportation to Hades, where I can actually keep interrogating Homer and Hesiod and all those guys. And that's some kind of joke. But the question I had is, isn't this just kind of a subset of this entirely lost art of control of the tongue, like where you actually train people not to say stuff in certain situations? And jokes would be one example of that, but of course there's a lot of other things. So we don't even have an expression for this anymore. But it seems like that's kind of what we need is control of the tongue.
Yeah, this gets back to the question, right? But jokes are this special category, and people know that if you're a jokester, you know this, when the joke is perfect. You got to say it. Yeah, it just takes, it would be great. We need a word for that, right? But Plutarch's essay on the education of children, a pseudo-Plutarch, that's the closest essay I can think of on that very topic, controlling the tongue. Yeah, and that goes back to Homer, right? They're always saying, oh, what a word escaped the barrier of your teeth. Boy on wet balls. One last point, and then also, I had never read that passage in the Apology that you cited as if it were funny. I said, death is going to be great. But Cicero did. He translates it in the Tusculan Disputations, and he translates it in a very funny way. And the first time I read it, I was, is this supposed to be funny? But Cicero read it exactly the way you're suggesting, that it's a joke. That's pretty good.
I'm no Cicero.
You got to read the book.
Okay, well, thank you all. It's over. Yeah, okay, so we meet again.
Well, I think that was the last question there.
Oh, we do.
Well, I was still answering you.
Yes, thank you. So ask which will be the difference between sarcasm and irony? Which will implies the contradiction form of the sarcasm. Make an emphasis. And I don't get the difference between those. Not an experience.
That's a huge question. I don't know either. And it's all a form of insincere speech. Right? That's what irony, I think irony is speech that is insincere. You don't really mean it. But then when is it sarcasm? When is it sarcasm playful? You know, you can be playful about being sarcastic. You can be mean. I don't know. I don't have any good answer for you, but I think it's a good question.
Okay.